Hello. 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 Hello.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Blah, blah, blah. All right, so let's see. I can't wait for the week. I just miss watching Final Fantasy 14 streams because everyone else is in spoiler territory. Dazzy spent 6 hours on it the other day, and he still has 6 hours. 6 hours, and he's not done. Well, to be fair, it took me like how long to go through? It took me how long to go through Endwalker? It took me like a good, I want to say like 30 hours to get through it. All right, hands. Let's see. Yay, cool. They're working. Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. Bookie, thank you so much for being here first. Hi, YY, Night Sky, and my moderator Sashera, thank you so much. Glad to see we're all here. So yeah, oh my goodness, I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I thought I was gonna have to cancel today's stream because of what happened at work. Well, it didn't just happen at work yesterday, it happened all across the world. I don't know how many of you work in a corporate environment. Hang on a second. Oh, I've got like multiple programs trying to run at the same time. Hang on a second. I need to close that. Keep that open. There we go. I don't know how many of you work in a corporate environment, but blah blah blah. Hi, happy time zone zapper. I don't know how many of you work in a corporate environment, but essentially there was this. Like the IT meltdown. Yes, the IT meltdown, aka the global outage, aka the BDOS, the Basad loop. There was this incident that happened, and this happened like around, I want to say like around about the time of free shipping on select Final Fantasy 14 like merchandise until 2022. I'll have a look at that. Anywhoosies, there was this glitch, or I don't know if you'd call it a glitch. Basically, someone did an update package within CrowdStrike, which is a very, very popular anti-malware system for corporate environments. Because normally when you get anti-malwares like Avast or ESET and McAfee, normally they have like the software is quite UI like focused, so like the end user can do like additional scans and all this kind of such, which takes up resources on corporate laptops and is not necessary if it's for a computer that you're not meant to be remoting into and doing all kinds of extra nonsense on. So CrowdStrike is the solution that a lot of corporations go through, where instead of having a user go through the install or all this extra resources so that it has like a window and everything like that on the PC, instead you have like this really like lo-fi software that's installed on the machine through the network that is then managed by like a security officer or a DevOps that's like on their own PC, and they're able to manage like hundreds of PCs, like anti-malware and what have you. Anywhoosies, CrowdStrike, the company that normally does all the pushes to like protect it and such, because it all runs like at the system level, so it's meant to stop. It's not meant to stop like the phishing, but it's meant to stop people trying to do more on the PC than even the user is able to do. And an update went out, and it was corrupt. They fucked up on something. I don't know where it was exactly they fucked up. But what happened is that for a lot of PCs, this only affected Windows as well, so Mac and Linux didn't have this problem, but on Windows PCs, it would crash. And the reason it would crash is because of like a memory page fault or something like that. So obviously, something in the RAM wasn't there for the system file, and the system file was like, oh, that's a problem, and just crash, which crashed the rest of the system. So then it would boot back up again. Now, ideally, when that happens, you stop the program from trying to run again. But because this is CrowdStrike, an anti-malware system, that's the first thing that's running on your system. So even before you get onto logins, which is how a lot of corporate machines will have like programs running before you get to the cookie for Tabitha Fox. Here's your cookie. Hopefully you're not dealing with the IT global meltdown that's going off around the world. I was dealing with that yesterday. But yeah, so essentially what would happen is before people even had an opportunity to log in, the PC would crash because CrowdStrike would run. There would be a memory fault because of the update. And so everything else would go down, and then it would go back up again. And it would just loop like this. Some people were lucky where CrowdStrike didn't get this fault for whatever reason. Like my PC on a Windows, it crashed once, and then I was fine. There's some people where it was crashing like 4 or 5 times, and it came out fine. But oh my god, like there were still PCs that were just looping through this nonsense. And this happened at about like 2 p.m. ish, like my time, and we have a Slack channel, and there's just people going, "Hey, my computer just shut down and blue screened all of a sudden. Hey, my computer just blue screened. Hey, my computer either can't stop blue screening." There would be like 6 messages, and we're like, okay, we're investigating this because this is obviously affecting a number of people. So we send that little message. We have like a little red siren emote right next to the message saying, "Hey, we're currently investigating this. You do not need to mention this again in the desktop support." Right after that message, "Hey, my computer can't seem to get out of the blue screen. Hey, my computer is doing this as well. Hey, this is also happening to me." We've sent the message 5 times. This is no joke. I'm not exasperating this. 5 times from 2 o'clock till 2:30, there was people saying, "Hey, I'm having this problem on my PC," and it was the exact same problem that we said, "Hey, we know. Please do not, like, you know, flood the desktop support channel with this one issue. This is all because we're currently investigating this and is affecting the Windows PCs," because we still had like Mac users and, you know, other people who weren't having this problem that we didn't want to like lose out on like someone else who was working now having a problem that wasn't the blue screen. But yeah, so we sat down because it's like desktop support, we were doing our thing of like, okay, we can see the loop is being done because of CrowdStrike. We don't have control over CrowdStrike because it's, you know, we're desktop support. We're not meant to have control over like the security systems. It would be a really bad idea if we had that kind of control. Newsflash, we fucking know about the blue screen, yes. Thank Christ, someone was just sort of like, someone who wasn't even part of desktop support with us was like, the next time I see someone bring up this message, you owe us donuts and pizza. And so, like, for some reason, like, there was only, like, 2 or 3 people that then made that mention between 2:30 and 3. But anytime someone did that, they either deleted their message or they got fucking clowned on because there would be all these emotes, reactions to the Slack message of, like, pizzas and donuts and party because it's like, you owe us a fucking pizza when we're out of this little shindig. If I learn anything about working corporate, people do not read messages. They just post, so you get hundreds of spam of the same. Yes, that's what it was. That's what it was. Hi there, Fizz Tiger. Welcome to the stream. We're just talking about, like, what happened yesterday at work. But yeah, so our IT officer is like, there was, like, an update, but that shouldn't have, like, been the effect of this. Unfortunately, we don't have, like, you know, ring updates, so we can't make it so that, only, like, the first band of people get, like, 10 people or so get the first update, and then a few weeks later, the second band, and then the third band. We couldn't do that with CrowdStrike, apparently. But yeah, our IT officer is like, or our security infosec officer, he's going through all the motions, trying to, like, suss out what's going on, and it's like, right, like, the cloud engineers, the desktop support, the information security people, and the CTO, the fucking CTO, we were all in a Slack call because it was like, great, there's about 900 to 1,500 PCs that could be affected by this problem because CrowdStrike is on all of our Windows, all of our Macs machines, which could stop marketing people from doing their marketing developers from developing, and more importantly, our customer support lines helping people. Because the company does, like, customer facing shit, and, like, you know, customer service is, like, paramount in a lot of people's, like, lines of work. Any whoosies. We figured out that it was CrowdStrike. That was their fault. The problem couldn't be resolved by rolling back the update and forcing people onto, like, a more stable build from, like, a month ago. Because unfortunately, the way the CrowdStrike was booting up and that we put security, like, we put 802.1x authentication on our Ethernet ports. So unless you were in the office and were lucky enough through the BDOS, like, looping to get the update, you were stuck there. And so then, like, you know, CrowdStrike sends a message of like, yes, we now know a solution. 30 minutes before they posted us our solution, because, like, the solution, as FizzTree mentions, is you gotta boot into safe mode, so then that way it doesn't run CrowdStrike. It only runs the barest minimums. You go into the Windows 32 drivers folder, which, let's be real, you don't normally need to go into this folder. You go into you go into System 32 drivers, you go into CrowdStrike, and you delete like one file or rename it, and then you just reboot your PC afterwards as normal. Before they released that solution, our solution was, okay, because it's going through the loop, you enter recovery mode, you go to the advanced options, you open command prompt, safe mode only works if you don't have a BitLocker problem. So for us, we have BitLocker on all of our Windows machines. So we open command prompt. Command prompt demands a BitLocker recovery key. Thankfully, everyone is on Intune, so anytime someone asks, hey, I'm going through your steps, we gave them the BitLocker recovery key via direct message. Once they type that in, you then have to, in the command prompt, you have to type in rename the path of the sys file. We were going all the way down to the sys file for this one, and then renaming it to csh.sys.old. We went through probably about 50 to 100 people at first affected, because the good news is if you weren't working at 2-3 p.m. on a Friday, you probably were not going to be affected by this when it rolled around to Monday. But we have some people working on the weekend, so we have to help them out. But holy shit, so many we wrote these instructions down, and it was a case of hey, you need to type in this command. There were some people who just did not follow that one instruction of type in this command, because they would because the command prompt does this thing where it shows you, oh, this is the working directory you're in right now. And if you boot up command prompt from recovery mode, it has X, so it goes to the quote unquote X drive, which is a temporary drive, Windows System 32. So it'd be sitting in there. So what people would do is oh, it's already filled in that portion. Then I don't need to write in the ren c Windows System 32. They would just write in drivers, CrowdStrike, space, and that. And they're oh, the command's not working. Which would panic some of us, because it's what do you mean the command is not working? This is how you get back into your PC. I get people to send me a screenshot or a photo from their phone of what the command looks like, and I see them doing that, and I'm now, you typed it in incorrectly. You typed this in fully. Do not skip ren. Do not avoid the CE Windows 32 and da-da-da-da. You typed this out in full. There was maybe 3 people, I think, where even after they did that, it still wasn't working, which brings in, a whole new can of problems, because that essentially means that the laptop does not know where the C drive is, so panic on the disco there. So yeah, so that's how we had to do. Then they finally released the documentation of oh, go into safe mode and delete this one file. At this point, we've already gone through most of the people that were going to be affected, and our our higher level desktop support, myself and a level 3, and then Cloud are oh no, we're gonna fucking nuke this thing. We're going to we're gonna uninstall CrowdStrike or something or rather, and then do a reinstall. So then that way we're not holding on to any other nonsense when it gets to Monday. CrowdStrike sure lived out to its name. There was a strike so large it made clouds looks. Oh, you wanna see a poorly aged CrowdStrike advertisement? Hang on a second. Let me get the image of a poorly aged CrowdStrike advertisement. Here it is. This age so bad. All right, hang on. Save as. Drop it into the downloads. So yeah, because the thing is that it wasn't just affecting us; it was affecting the world. And we were lucky because it's it's 2 p.m. on a Friday. It probably if it wasn't for the fact that we had people needing to work on the weekend, we probably wouldn't have as big of a panic as we did. But it's a global IT outage. Here it is. Look at this. CrowdStrike. 62 minutes could bring your business down. Yep, you're right, CrowdStrike. 62 minutes can bring your business down. Yes, CrowdStrike, and it was you. Sounds like a dev intern is gonna get reprimanded. Oh, absolutely. Because here's the thing as well, is CrowdStrike had to, like... They were aware of this issue at, like, 2:08, and it was still going on. Like, I think there's people that are still gonna have this problem up to today. Because here's your two problems.
Gem paid me to say Grant the IT Zebra really wanting that pizza party after that CrowdStrike problem.
Oh yeah, no, I want that pizza party. We had 2 people after we said stop mentioning this problem who still mentioned this problem even after someone outside the team was like, if I see this again, you're owing us pizza. It's like maybe we don't all base our security systems on one cloud-based monopoly type software. Here's the thing is that it's not like a like, here's the thing, Fizz. Like, the CrowdStrike is not a monopoly. Microsoft is a monopoly. Like, that's the thing. It's like the idea of the monopoly in the IT world is a bit of a hard one to swallow because it's like there are like we need better terminology for when there's like software that like overrules most because it's not like CrowdStrike is forcing other softwares out of the game entirely. Hi there, Happy Lizard. Like, how does a global software company release a patch that blue screens was there a QA testing? That's the so let me go to their Twitter really quick. I closed down Twitter so I wouldn't get distracted by boobies and memes. Give me a second. If I go to lol, CrowdStrike is still trending. Give me a second. So CrowdStrike has a here it is. CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. Mac and Linux hosts are impacted. This is not a security incident or cyber attack. The issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix is being deployed. We will refer customers to the support portal for the latest. So basically what that means is that one defect on a Windows host update was made. So this was definitely a case of like everything passed the QA tests, but something happened. And, you know, we just had this very fun moment of Oh, 4 hours ago. What did George Kurt say? All of CrowdStrike continues to work closely with impacted customers and partners to ensure that all systems are restored. You're sharing the letter you sent to CrowdStrike as this incident is resolved. You have our commitment to provide full transparency on how this occurred and the steps we're taking to prevent anything like this from happening again. We are working on a technical update and root cause analysis that we will share with everyone as well. Oh boy. So they're going to give us the full details on, like, what fucked up. Ooh. So yeah, so it sounds like it sounds like, as Sashera said, like the QA testing probably missed out on this one content update, especially since it was here it is. The outage was caused by a defect found in Falcon content update for Windows hosts. So it was a content update, which means that it was probably like a blase update, but unfortunately, because it was going on a Windows system and it cracked on memory, all that happened. But yeah, I am doing swell, Happy Lizard. I absolutely love your emote. Can we get a shout out for Happy Lizard, please? Hope you have a fun and chill time in Final Fantasy. That's right! I'm meant to be playing Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. Let me get it up and running, so then that way I'm not sitting here talking about CrowdStrike all of today. Give me a second. Ding, dong, and then slap this over here. Ooh, did someone mention me in a thing? Ah! Sorry, I just got mentioned by a, like, muscle fur artist about, like, oh, hey, it's your time to shine. Hang on a second. I need to find... Where's my, damn it, I need to go back onto Twitter. Did you say CrowdStrike or Cloud Strife? CrowdStrike. It's trending, and it's like, oh my god, it's so... Yeah. So good. Give me a second. Give me a second. Thank you for shouting out. Happy hugs. Not to worry. See? Glad to see Sashera is doing her moderating duties. Ding dong. Fix the... Actually, while that's happening, let me move you over to the gaming channel. So then that way you can all observe and watch the good bot. Oh, I didn't know Seribot does that. Do they do like a bad joke? Like a dad joke thing?
I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Come now. There's no cause for panic. This one might make for a worthy opponent.
If Seribot is a sub to your channel, it'll use your emotes instead. Oh, that's cool. But I'm gonna be real with you. I don't exactly have the funds spare to gift a sub to like a robot. I know when you get up to partner, I think you have like 1 free sub a month you can provide. And I'm gonna be real with you, I'm gonna throw that to my robot Zeebs. Because the robot Zeeb, shout out to my robot Zeebs, because they're the one that actually does like all the streamer bot nonsense and what have you. What was that noise? What was that noise? There was a weird noise. There was like a boom boom. Where? What? Was that from my phone or was that from something else? Okay, okay. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. All right. Ding dong. All right. Just a fun trivia. Noted. Okay. All right. Back into the game. Oh, also, any of you that follow the, or any of you that are, like, fans of Final Fantasy XIV, you may have noticed, I have a different axe, and I'm probably gonna have this axe as, like, the thingamadiggy shown on my, my bun boy as we go through Dawn Trail, because I decided to go through, I decided to get myself a relic weapon from the previous patch, because it turns out the Endwalker, like, relic weapon is so fucking easy to get. There are 4 stages, and that's it. You know what stage 1 is? Oh, using 150 tomestones, get these items. Stage 2, get 1,500 tomestones for these 3 items. Stage 3, same thing. And then at stage 4, guess what? Yeah, 1,500, sorry. Thank you, Kiaru. See ya. Hang on. You always complain. You always complain. I'm saying your name wrong. Hang on a second. Oh.
Saya.
Oh yeah, I spelt that wrong. Actually, hang on a second.
Sorry.
Cyryu. 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 But yeah, I now have the Manderville weapon. Look at this fucking thing. It's so fucking cool. So yeah, so I'm pretty much set for equipment and such until like level 95, I believe. Pinnacle Woman giving me a Ruby Tide. Actually, do I have this anywhere else? Yeah, it's in the Glamour Dress, so that's definitely gonna get broken down. the Manderville weapons are piss easy. They are piss easy to get. And what's more is, I honestly am of the opinion that, like, I don't know about you, but I feel like the way the Manderville weapon were acquired, a part of me feels like they were a little too easy to get. Because, like, to put into context, the Zodiac weapon took me like a good week plus. Now, that's the worst case, don't get me wrong. Because it had you do, like, going through all these different kinds of fates, going through, like, particular dungeons, and then at one point you're grinding just one dungeon because it's, like, optimally the best dungeon, and you couldn't utilize, like, later dungeons for the same materials. Like, it wasn't all that great. And then Heaven's Ward was, like, almost the same sort of thing. Like, I'm fine with relic weapons having you go through, like, sort of multiple things, like, to be like, we encourage you to do a little bit of fate, we encourage you to do a little bit of dungeon, and maybe doing, like, a hunt or two. But yeah, that was, like, the worst case. This one, I feel like it went too easy too quickly. I like that it's 4 stages, don't get me wrong, but I feel like maybe it would have been different because they were using, like, the weekly limit tomestones back when it was Endwalker, but I feel like it should have been, there should have been something other than just grinding out dungeons to get through the 4 stages. I really wish it was a case of, like, you know, do a dungeon, like, run or something like that for stage 1. Stage 2, you go through, like, trials or something like that to make it so it's like, by completing bosses or something. People bitched relics were too complicated to get, so they tied them to Eureka and Borgia. I have not yet done Eureka yet, so I don't know what that one's like, and I'm still going through Borgia right now. Like, you'll notice, like, I've got the, there it is. I only have, like, a few of these things. You need 20 of these each. I'm gonna be real, 20 I think is a bit much. So, but the Borgia one I feel like is an interesting one, because it is, like, 100% optional stuff. Alrighty. We got places to go. I have not fully explored this area, as you can see. And guess what? People bitched it's too easy. I don't want to bitch about it. I just, critique-wise, like, it was the easiest one. I like it. If I had an option between too easy or too hard, I'd rather for this one being too easy, especially... Hey, bro, you good? Also, that's a really cool bike. Cool bike. Where would I get one of those? Quickly screenshot this in case I don't know where it is. Did I get any new... So I've got that guy. Oh! Excellent news, people. I got the horse! I got the horse! This one was honestly, like, annoying to get. I'm glad we're not, like, 100% reliant on, like, specific fates. The bike is spoilers. Oh. But I got the horse! Look at him! He's so fucking majestic! Look at him with his stripes and his fucking lightning horn. It's so fucking cool! Ah! Dun, dun. Oh my god. Look at him! He's so big! Alright, drop down. Alrighty, so, Krau and Wuklamate, and we're hanging out with Linuhanu. A well-mannered shipwright. Alright, I don't want to get spoiled, so we'll catch you later. Not to worry, Fizz, I'm still over in the level 90 content and what have you, but I totally understand not wanting to get spoiled. I don't know how quickly I'll go through this content, but we'll see, we'll see. Alright. The shipwright's name is Wook Evu. He's a Zabral who also moved to Kozamauka. Kozamauka. Alright. But has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. Wait, Hanu greeting. We wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper Hanu greeting? Oh, that one! Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okbekbi to the east of here. Nice. It's literally just streamers trying to pronounce all the names like, am I having a stroke? I reckon if this was all, like, I bet the Japanese speakers and what have you, because of their, like, the way the dialect is written out, because of it being, like, written out, like, you know, phonetically and all that kind of nonsense, we don't write words phonetically in English. Like, it would be fucking painful trying to write out words in phonetics, because in Japan, there's, like, maybe 9 different ways your tongues can do things, so there's really only 86, like, different pronunciations, whereas with English, there are 16 different ways to sound a single, like, character. And times that by... Oh my god, it does a thing. Hang on a sec. I gotta do some math. Doing some math real quick. Sento. Radio. So there's like 19. So there's like 19 different ways of like, you know, thingamadiggies on the tongue. So you times that by the remainder 18, giving you 342 ways of pronouncing things in English, and that's yeah, 300-ish like different ways of doing like phonetic noises in English, which is fucking insane. Wait, what? Hey, who is this? Agrol Sva. Who are you? Who are you, Agrol? Algol Sa.
Algol se Isrinson.
Algol se Visris. Yeah. I don't know how to... Al Gore! Where the fuck is Al Gore? You're watching my... Where? Where the fuck are you, Al Gore? You're so good at road names. Shut up. I am terrible at road names. I might have been a Rogadin long ago. Oh, but... Oh, oh, I can view adventure plate now. Alright, let me see. So, they got the... Oh. Aha! XIV dot... Ha ha ha! Wait, hang on. Why is that not opening a web page? Oh, hang on a second. So... Yeah. I need to put in a .co at the end. Yes! Haha! Lemoncian Astrologian. Well, he was naked. He was a naked dark knight earlier. Hooks and out of character thingamaboogies. Wait a second. Hang on, this isn't a... I just realized I'm going through this card and I'm like, oh man, it almost reads like a F-list profile, and then it hit me. It's probably meant to be a, oh, if you want to do, like, you know, in-character thingamadiggies. Also, I can't talk in your chat. What? Oh. That's problematic. Twitch fair. Be blocking due to... what's the thingy? Oh, yeah, I'm verified email / phone requirements. What is my Twitch settings? Cause like I will card on Final Fantasy is usually a glorified ERP do's and don'ts. Oh, I know what an F list is. I used to have one. Actually, I still have one, technically speaking. I've just turned it off, so unless you're friends with me, you can't see it. Alright, let me just head to the creator dashboard. What is my rules? I have like a set of moderation rules for like, oh, in order to like, you know, chat. Ah, here it is. Everyone, so. Rip, it ain't an F list. I also know what that is. Alrighty, so, minimum to chat in GrantZeebs thingy. So, why you know Picomancer? I don't want to be a painter. I am a terrible artist. So, everyone must have a verified email. Meanwhile, chatters... So, chatters without a verified verified phone number must have an account older than 1 month. And then that's gonna... Exemptions applied to subs, VIPs, and moderators. Followers have no verification needs. There we go. Ah. Alright. Linu Hanu. This is Okbekbi, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozamauka from Tolario. I used to know this word. And I'm fucking it up already.
Chuliolo.
Chuliol. No, fuck. Sash, I need you. Sash. Tuliol, thank you. Tuliol and elsewhere are welcome to live here amongst the Hanu. As for Wook Evu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I must warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. Oh, it's just like Skyrim. It's just like Skyrim, where we have to, like, climb up a fucking mountain and take the 10,000 steps. And then the next thing you know, we fight, like, a giant, Yeti. And then it's just like... Oh, hello. Can we talk? We can't talk to you. Okay. Oh, it's literally just a treehouse. Okay. Alrighty. Ooh, Aether Current. I'm gonna need you. Do 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 do. Excuse me, nose. The one and only thing I dread every expansion. Alright, let's see. Dink. Oh. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I did it, and I didn't I didn't bump into the railing. Oh, these can get bigger. I'm just sending tells to Al Gore right now. Al just sort of being like, "Hi." sorry if you're unable to chat in my thingamadiggies, and they're like, "Yes, great enormous boobs."
What do you want with me?
Hi.
Right. The greeting. Oha Kali.
Oha Kali.
Oh, Kali!
I like this one.
Good. You brought your manners with you.
Oh, she's just so precious.
Do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind.
We could learn from this.
I get the sense we've met before.
You're Wu Clement. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wokevu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head.
Will not? Keep your head.
Is this a Manderville questline? What the shit is with all these expressions and motion?
So forget about it, alright?
All right then, consider it forgotten.
Wow, glad to see you got over it real quick.
How prompt.
Clearly, Krill has not hung around with one Mandervilles.
It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye.
I had to verify my damn account to talk here. Hi!
Abokisha?
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials.
I had to verify my damn account.
My
Look, verification of, like, the email address, I feel like, is the barest minimum. It gets rid of, like, so many fucking, like, bot accounts and what have you, because
If you tell me where to go,
most people don't bother doing a verified, like, email address for bot accounts, because if you need to do it in large scale, they've not programmatically made it to...
Utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
Oh, here we go
I
again.
told you not to worry about such things.
All right then.
Thank you, Sir Dragolx88 for the 9-month tier 1 sub.
Sir Dragon, thank you so much for the 9 months. Thank you.
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to
You have the
oversee
widest
the
pronunciations
float
of these
repair.
names, by the way.
Strange as it may sound, Uklamat
Look,
friends
God
believe
damn it,
the
Tabitha.
float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Hang on, will this pause it?
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Alright, so, yes, you are correct. The way I pronounce some of these words is very white, because... excuse me for a second. I'm white. I know, it's probably very shocking to hear a zebra that is in a species that is predominantly voiced by, like any sort of other minorities. And what's the name of the dude from Madagascar? Chris Rock. I know normally, like, whenever you think of zebras, you're thinking of, like, Chris Rock and what have you, kind of like accents and mannerisms, but that's not me. I'm white, autistic, and straight. I'm a fucking, like, just a social, like, minority within the social minorities. Oh my goodness. I just can't fit in anywhere! What was it that my friend Kahlua said? Oh yeah, no, it wasn't Kahlua, it was Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, and they wrote, "Your melanin is showing." Signed, someone that's from Torel, but IRL. Oh, that's so... I sincerely apologize for all my butchering of the names. Oh, I am gonna be... Why did he deflate? Because Tabitha decided to de-himbo me! I have all kinds of channel point redeems. If you stick around long enough, Algol, you're gonna find that I have a number of different redeems out there that are available. Like, I've got de-himboing, I've got extra himboing. Unfortunately, you can't extra him... Cookie for Tabitha. Here you go. That's another redeem. I can give you a cookie. There we go. Cookie. So yeah, I have all kinds of emotes and sorry, not emotes. All kinds of channel point redeems and what have you. And the one concerning the de-himboing and the extra himboing, that goes on for at least 5 minutes. While I am de-himboed, the only way you can get me out of de-himboing before the 5 minutes is up is by a utilization of Twitch bits. I believe it's 69 bits to extra himbo me. And then when I get extra himbo because of the bits, it overrules the de-himboing and it inflates me, and then it inflates me even further. And then for 600 bits, I can just get some absolute fucking chunky boobs. Amazing to find a big boob furry man that's also straight, by the way. Like, usually we're all gay. I know, usually. It's amazing. I can't, like, look, don't get me wrong. There are some sexy fuckers out there, especially when you look at art like from What Insomnia and Ritz Beretta. But, it's not lit, like, this is probably, fun fact, the reason why I went with the the extra himbo, like, muscular zebra is I thought, damn, I'm gonna get so many women, like female furs, like, attracted to me or something like that. Nope. Nope, there are some, don't get me wrong, but there's way more dudes that are going up to me and going, nice cock. Can I suck your titties? Oh my god, you're so cute at 7 feet while I am 15 feet. I want to hug you in my pecs, and it's just sort of like, thanks. I like titties. There are some people, and because of the whole, like, himboism and all that kind of nonsense, there's people, even within the Twitch communities and such like that are like, oh yeah, you're, like, they just think, oh, you're bi, right? And I'm like, no, I'm straight. I just, Look, I have the mind of a kronk, and I just make my body of a kronk. No one questions Kronk's sexuality. Well, most people, I think Kronk is like an asexual individual because, Kronk is just a character in the Emperor's New Groove. And normally, unless it's, depicted in relationship or something like that on-screen canon, it's usually a safer bet to put an asexual label on a fictional character before you put on, like, gay or bisexual. Saves you time, and you don't have to, like, fight people. Should have gone for the big-tittied Vieira Grant. I still need to go through that Fantasia questline. You don't know how tempting... Hang on a second. Let me get the... We're pulling up the images again. Give me a second. Give me a second. We're pulling up the images again. Dun, dun. Let me get the images again, okay? Because... By the by, this is how things go down as well. Our goal is that we'll start on one thing and then we'll get distracted on another thing. It's like some weird loop-de-loop nonsense. Now, where is the image? There it is. All right. Ding. Let me find the images again. Dong. Alrighty. Ding, 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 ding. So, these are some potential Fantasia options. We have our classic human. We've got this is the Rothgar that I had during Heaven's Ward. It's kind of cool. I miss being able to wear hats though, and I tried being a Viera. Here's a woman Viera. This is who I was in A Realm Reborn, back on the free trial, was the Rogadin, as you see here. This is what I am currently. And this is my cat girl. Oh, she's so cute. And then this is the aura that I created. The Elizin. I'm gonna be real, like, if I had to pick, like, a new Fantasia and I wanted options to be able to, like, you know, go into hats and what have you, it would either be the Aura or the Elizin because of, like, the style of hair I was able to do. The Makote, The Makote is like an otter. Like, I don't know, he's just... I know everyone loves the Makote. I know Sash up in chat. Hang on a second. Zoom in. Sash is a Makote. She does, like, you know, really cool... Actually, give yourself a shout out, Sash. She does cool Makote shit. Alright, and that's it. Okay, cool. I use that just to keep track of the, Alrighty, close that. Back into here. Go Roth if you want to confuse the gays even further. I don't want to confuse gays. I want a character that it can be representative of the zebra himbo and not be, like, limited in outfit choice.
You can leave the abokisha to your friends, I presume?
I kind of like the bun boy for a little bit, but I want more...
And you should find the stones you need.
I want to do, like, I want hat options available to me. Because it's weird, some of the hat options that are currently available and yet are so limiting. I want to wear a tricorn. I wanted to wear a tricorn for my first time in Dawn Trail, but I couldn't because of fucking bunny ears.
That should save us some time.
All right, then. Let's get moving.
I wish ladies had a flat boobs option, not gonna lie. Are you... I'm pretty sure you can set them flat. Like... Look, if I had an option of lady, biggest boobs you can put on, okay? Like, I'm not gonna unabashedly hide my boobiness, but... is still not flat, unfortunately. Ah, okay. I guess it's just to the effect of... Because the thing is that... a lot more... Lalafels are the only characters that can have flat. Yeah, because they're fucking kids. They're like little baby people. I don't like Lalafels. You want big boob lady? Go Femro. Yeah.
The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
So these guys are cheating. They're just listening to our ideas and exploiting them. Highlander also has a busty rack. True. Alright, Dink. Cave Kitakola is southwest of Okhanu. We can return to the village first, then head there on foot. Dios mio, they have jiggle physics too. Yeah. I need to maybe do, like, a little fix-up on, like, the model tracking and what have you, because I used to be able to, like, actually, like, you know, cup under the pecs and such, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. Alrighty. I'm just gonna double check something. Okay, I've got, like, more to do. Alright, hang on. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, Dink, try and get all these animals. There's a DPS dude there. Unless the DPS dude is just gonna hand in everything at this one moment. Final Rend. I gotta get more comfortable in, like, going into, like, inner release and berserking nonsense with the warrior rather than, like, waiting out on it. There we go. Let's see how many I got from that. Anywho's, 9 p.m. for me, so you a Grash, nighty night. Not to worry, Tabitha Fox. Thank you for like, you know, jumping in and, like, having a chat and such. I really appreciate it for you keeping me, like, occupied and what have you. I really do. I'm so thankful. Oh, what is my... Here we go. Sylvester Christa. We're in the middle of a what's Mahoozy, so it's fine. Ah, nose. Excuse me, nose. There we go. No! I didn't realize we were out of time. That's bullshit. Fuck. I wasn't keeping an eye on the clock there. Damn it. Dun, dun, dun. Southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, we got a ways to go. Thank you for the hyper himbo. Not as powerful as I used to be. Cookie for Kahlua! Here's your cookie, Kahlua!
Pull the lever.
No! Donut! How dare you pull the lever on me, Kahlua! It's your boy. Oh, Kahlua, you're gonna have a wonderful time here. There is all kinds of names I have to try and say in this expansion, and they are fucking terrible trying to pronounce, okay? We got Wuklama, we got Tulirol, we've got, like, all kinds of names. Hang on a sec, let me go back into the, So we've got a person named Linu Hanu, Wuklamat, Wukevu, Bukjul Jaja. We've got so many, like, you know, silly names that we're gonna have to try our hardest to remember. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm getting attacked by the fish! Fuck you in particular, fish. Look at this fish. Punch that fish. Fish. But hey, Kahlua. Hang on. I need to send. Did Kahlua? Oh, actually, no. You'll probably see Wook Lamont shortly. You'll see Wook Lamont at some point. Cave Kikatola, as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot You can spot how do I say this?
A Bokixer.
You can spot raw Abokiksa by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. I shall help scour the inside of the cave. You take the west half and I'll take the east. Hi there, Velk. It's like this the entire expansion. It is like this the entire expansion. How's it going, Velk? Have you been going through the expansion? Are you one of those FF14 peeps who have already reached the end and you're like, there's nothing good? There we go. Alrighty. An eye-catching glimmer. So we're looking for green glimmer. Upon closer inspection, you find glimmer you spy with just light reflecting off the water. Oh, god damn it! Another fucking fish. Also, check it out! I got the Manderville weapon! I went and upgraded it fully, because it's, like, really easy to do. Examining. You find a chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. This seems like the exact kind of material Linu Hanu was looking for. Excellent. Ah, excuse me. Yeah, you showed. Congrats. Thank you. Also, look at that. Yeah, like... Uyub. How the hell am I supposed to say these names? I don't know. Oh. Flying Porksies. There's like a boba tea promotion or something like that. I don't know if it's available for us in Australia, and I need to double check my Square Enix account, because I wanted to get the Mountain Dew mount, but apparently my account is not applicable to the Mountain Dew mount. And it's like, god damn you! I picked over the ground near the entrance, but found nothing. Do you have better luck inside the cave? Yes, I do. Some raw Aboxia. It's only available for us on OCE. Oh! Oh! Hang on, how do I get the boba? Hang on a second. So, for those of you that are not aware, Final Fantasy XIV sometimes does, like, promotional tie-ins. Hang on a second. Boba Tea, FF14. Where is it? So, ding, 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 dong, ding, 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 ding. Gongcha. Dan got you a code yesterday. You have the mount. Cool. So, ding. Dong, ding, dong. So, you gotta go to, like, a Gongxia between July and August. It could be obtained through a collaboration between the MNO and the convenience store chain Lawson's, which happened in 2021. The Porksy King will be awarded during a collaborative campaign. Will include special cups and drinks for players to try in Gongcha stores. Players will have to spend some money, but the requirement to get the mounts is very simple. Buy 3 drinks in a single transaction. Such as the one shown above, it should be noted, is not required to buy items from the event menu. According to what was shared in the producer line live, any 3 drinks will do. So as long as they're bought in a single transaction, buying 3 drinks in a separate order will not count towards the Porksy King mount. You should receive a code that can be redeemed by the mount. Nice! Won't be in your inventory. Want to make sure when you'll have to interact. Yeah, no. Okay, so what this means. Also, check out my fan art, Kulua. Look at this. Look at what all the lovely like people in chat have done. Like anything you do is going on here. Look at. You don't have to worry about the highest quality, okay? I love all of them. Look at this. There's so much titty on the wall. There isn't that much titty. I see 1, 2, 3, and 4. I see 4 pairs of titties compared to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18. 4 titties out of 18 pieces of art. That's 4 pairs is 8 tits. That's still under half. Alright. The stones you've brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. Ah, stretching. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Ihihana. But when that big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. That was why you agreed to Wuk-Lamat's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurts to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words make me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it for myself and for my friend. No titty. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together. Oh. Hang on. I need to send It's a work message. There we go. Alright. Everything will come together and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. So, the crops aren't growing very well after a major storm. And from what we could see, there wasn't like anything that should stop them from growing really good crops. But we assess that because they haven't, you know, completed a festival, the festival most likely has some magical properties to it because it's ritualistic and what have you. So if we can get through the festival, then it should help improve the crops. With that, let us return and deliver the Abaxia into Wuk-Avu's waiting hands. There we go. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh. Oh, they got a cool. Alright, let's go for... Oh! Monkey. 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 Oh my goodness, the fuck is that? Jesus. Alright, avoid the oh, god damn it, you beetle. Beetle. Some people have some really cool outfits. So yeah, so... Oop, hang on. Yeah. So, this is the thing we're trying to fix, Kahlua. We're trying to fix this float, because it's got broken wood, it's missing a jewel, the feathers are relatively frayed. As you can see, they're like relatively frayed, so we need to fix those 3 things up. And then we should be good for hosting a festival and what have you. Malik Arazith. Ah, cool. Also, I'm gonna look up Gongcha. Hang on a second. Gongcha. Question, Sashera, do you have to like physically go into the Gongcha, or could you just do like a delivery and then they'll give you the promotion code? 'Cause I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know if I want to be the 150 kilogram like Zeebs that goes into the store and is like, 3 bubble teas, please, and have like no experience with bubble teas before. Like, what if I don't like it? You need ice cream for a good float. Good one. In Australia, they call them spiders because Australians are weird and they talk about fucking and eating spiders. Do you know that's a phrase? Well, we're not here to fuck spiders. Australians are weird. Their houses are shit. Their economy is shit. They fuck spiders. The spiders want to kill them. The snakes want to kill them. Oh my goodness. It's the Ixion barding. I very much want that barding. It looks so fucking cool. Look at these. Look at this staircase. Beautiful. Beautiful, powerful, dangerous, cold. Ice has imagined that be untold. Stronger than 1, stronger than 10, stronger than 100 men. Yeah. Alright, Kahlua. Hopefully Kahlua is here. Kahlua. Look. It's Waklamat. Look at her. Isn't he so sweet? Look at her. Dan went into the store to make your order. You will say boba is an acquired taste, but they seal the top so you can just take them all home if you want. I'll just send messages to friends of like, hi, do you like boba tea? There's a Final Fantasy XIV promotion I want to do, but I don't know if I'm gonna like the boba tea. Would you like to join in for the boba tea? My treat. Actually, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Hang on a second. Ding. Dog. Messages. No, don't oh my god, don't refresh. I'll send the message another time. I'm in the middle of streaming right now. We just got back ourselves. Did you find the stone we needed? Alrighty. Thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs for the Uyipo. What of the Aboxia? Here you go. Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quality, too. At this stage, you're likely to summarize that the lifting of wings encourages the crops to grow. But not exactly how. Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the result should be spectacular. Now, to get to work crafting these pieces for the float, I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyu Ippo's conductivity. Then I will be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Okanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. Maximum effort! It's probably really dangerous for me to take fall damage in a zone where animals just need to, like, you know, take one look at me and get engaged in combat. Because, like, the fall, you're technically immune to, like, the final bit of fall damage, but if you get into a fight and take fall damage, it will get you down to 0. Oh, hello. Another quest thingy-majiggy. Hang on. Gotta do this one. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Hopefully this one will get through faster. Oh my god, the ninja like just summoned a giant frog. Alright, hang on, I need to hand in my stuff. Hand over. Hopefully I get a winning contribution for that. Let me just grab 2 more. I'm gonna make it so my contribution is a nice round number of 10. So that makes. There we go. There we are. Nice. So that should make it so that the fate is a completion on our part, which will then increase the number of shared fates we've completed in the area from... Yep, there we go. Should have gotten a gold contribution for that one. Dun 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 dun. Gathering the Uyu Ippo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wokevu criticized everything I did. Then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself!" and proceeds to slam his head into an Uyu Ippo tree. I told him not to worry about it. Again. And it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the poles and the new eye. Now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. Ooh, enhanced rampart and melee mastery 2. Wuklamot settles down to rest before the festival gets underway. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Sorry. I just had to stretch. Over there, by the float. Isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Ihihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save for our harvest? Huh? What the... Blech. Hi, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. How's it been? Ding. The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okhanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Koana out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds, something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. Week's been awful. Your phone stopped reading your SSD all of a sudden. Oh, that's not good. Are you at least able to, like, you know, get the stuff off your SD card at the very least, so then that way, you know, your phone isn't like trying to corrupt it or anything like that? Sounds like our Koana. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed, as soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Winds Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for Malms. We had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Aaronville's twirling in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've brought the wood and gemstone replacements craft by Wook Avu. All that's left is to attach them. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, hang on. My battery is running out on my mobile device. Hang on, hang on. Low power mode. There we go. Hopefully that fixed it. Not a loss anyway. It was music you had since like the 2010s. Ah, okay. So not a huge loss then. Okay. Who is it? Our beloved Inehana. The lifting of wings is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Wuklamat, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? Oh yeah, she has a terrible seasickness thing. I don't think so. Then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Wuklamat. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Here's another one of those words. Kozanuaki. Where the sacred likeness of Kiksahihi is ensconced. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still while Wook Evu has finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I shall stay behind and assist Wok-Evu with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the Stride of the Sun. Then we shall see to clearing its end to end. Man, I wish my head moved, like, more in 3D space than it does right now. Because the thing, like, the neck should be free and the torso should be stiff. But instead, I have to make it so that the torso is loose in the 3D interpretations. Which sucks. Ball? Word of advice, friend. A lot of animals around these parts are rainbow-hued, and many the travelers that stop to gawk at their pretty colors. You know what pretty colors in nature means? Death! It is true. Brightly colored fish are deadly. As Linuhanu said, Kozonuoki should be down this way, then off to the east when the path branches, then something about bridges and the Stride of the Sun. Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've called all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Ziahini. There's also tropical flavors, so there's pros and cons. Remember, chat, everything is edible at least once. You're speaking to the seller about it. You would like to make use of your SD card, not just let it sit there. Valid. Fair enough. Especially if it's still under warranty. Looking around in the rain. Is it a monsoon? No, it's just showers. I thought it was a monsoon, for instance. Look at this giant snapping turtle. Seriously, this guy was resistant to stun? That's bullshit. And it branches to the east, and we go through the steps. Why does that... How long is it gonna be wet for? If I'm walking outside, I don't want it raining while I'm outside. Now, you guys can come here. I'm not fucking around with, like, running to each of you. There we go. That's one down. And then Alphino's doing his thing. Why do I smell dust? Like, has dust accumulated in this office where it's like, now it's just like entering my nose the entire time I'm here? Like, what's up with that? Like, I don't... excuse me, hang on. Is it because of the mic? No, it's not because of the mic. You smell dust? Are the dust bunnies invading? I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I don't know. It's just a weird feeling. I did have, like, a bit of a running nose, like, yesterday. Or, no, my left nostril was blocked yesterday. Sorry. So, I don't know. It just it weirds you out when you're in, like, a room that you're used to, like, for a very long time. And then all of a sudden there's a new smell. Like, I don't know what that phenomenon is, when it's like, oh, I'm familiar with this room. I am not familiar with the smell that is suddenly emanating from here. And then you just have to wonder, oh, was this smell always here and I've just, like, you know, not noticed it until I finally, like, you know, leave it for a time or something. Isn't that what we call Viera that hide in the couch? Better to be called dust bunnies than couch potatoes. That's what you should call Lalafell that are stuck in the couches. You call them couch potatoes. So yeah, we're just moving on through this pathing to get the festival readies. Also, is there southwest? Oh, what the? That was actually really close. 154 malms to the southwest. That's somewhere, like, in that direction. Hang on, I just need to fight Revolver Ocelot real quick. So it should be, like, somewhere in this direction. Somewhere around here, there should be, like, a float or something. $68 malms to the north. Okay, so it should be... There it is. Oh my god, it's in all this... It's in all this fucking brush. There we go. You have to go through this. The Aether Currents are, like, whenever the expansion is out, there's 10 of these you normally have to go through. So, yeah, see? 10. And I've only done, like, 1, 2, 3... I've only done 4 so far in this area. And after you find, like, the 10 that are out in the overworld, you then have to do, like, 6 missions before you can fly around this area. Oh my god, look at that. Awesome. Ah, you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of, Ziahihi. The Hanu deity of the harvest. I was half expecting a flying whale. I was expecting I wouldn't have been surprised if there's a Bismarck reference in this society. A whale? Why a whale of all things? Anyway, it said that Ziahihi here was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Rol by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent? Then maybe the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Linu Hanu? He'll want to know the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. If the weather could stop being shit, I would very much appreciate it. Meanwhile, in Okohanu... excuse you?
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
Ah,
We wanted to
he doesn't know the greeting.
civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem.
I like the rain as well for like stay-at-home feels and what have you.
Back already?
But, you know, in an environment like this,
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
like, I want it sunny.
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Oh, come on. Seriously, dude? Do you not understand the trials you have to do? Yeah!
I put everything into that blow.
We're not gonna best him on strength at this point.
The better for you to understand the gulf between us. But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
He knows, he just doesn't care. Yeah. Oh boy.
The brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
I don't think you understand how powerful I am. I didn't see you saving the world.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Other?
Then it would be foolish to expend effort, sweating nuts. Lucky for you. Eh?
I don't know why people are sexualized to this two-headed fucker. He's a dick. Like, I kind of understand people being sexualized to Xenos and,
Still clings to that
Emmett Selk.
hope.
So, like, I understand people being, like, infatuated with Emmett Selk and Xenos, because it's, like, you know, charisma and, like, you know, stuff outside of the violence, whereas with Bajuka Blast, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Take more than that
He's
to
just,
fool me.
you know, mean.
So, are we having this festival or not?
Can we have the festival in sunlight, please? I feel like the cinematic would work a lot better if the festival was, like, in sunny...
Yes! Yes, we are!
in sunny weather. All right, hang on. Let me check the... Where are they? Skywatcher. There they are. I'm gonna go check the Skywatcher. Would Bakul Jaja Blink Jaja Binks help remember his name? Honestly, I would probably remember it easier like that. Came into your stream, said Bakul, and went daddy. He was an ass. He was just, what? You can even have Emmett Self, but I can't have Bang Lizard Daddy? Well, okay. Here's the thing. Code is looking at it like 100% like sexual energies and what have you, which I think like when you look at, if you look at them individually with no history, no background and such, then it is purely like, you know, surface level, you know, am I gonna fuck this book cover or not? But that's not the point. That's not why you like Emmett Selk, Sashera. You don't like Emmett Selk because he looks like Cruella de Vil. You like Emmett Selk because of some of the attitude he has and that little like when he waves you goodbye and he's just sort of, hang on a sec. Let me rotate my zebra around so then that way. All right, yink. So like when he does the whole like, you know, the voix thing. That's what you like. Wrong camera angle. There's the correct camera angle. When he does like the little turnaround and he's just like, ta-ta. I can't do the hand wave because like the tracking doesn't go up above my head or anything like that, unfortunately. How long are we getting this rain, Skywatcher? Alright, so it should go from rains to fair skies shortly. It's currently snowing. Calls for fair skies, followed by clear skies. Tomorrow at this time, the area should be fog. Wait, no, we're in, Could you give me, like, a countdown to when this happens? I'd greatly appreciate it. Rather than, like, trying to figure it out from... Oh my gosh, never mind. Ah... Exactly, you love him because he is a sassy motherfucker and just a tired old man who comes along with your bullshit. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that, like, everyone is just doing, like, surface level, like, oh, I'm gonna clap the two-headed fucker's cheeks because he just looks sexy. When in actuality, he's just, hey, it's clear skies. Alright, let's continue on with the mission. In actuality, he's just a fucking brute. He's an asshole and a brute, and he's uncultured as well. Like... I don't know how I feel about, like, I feel like there's a difference between, you know, if someone's in, like, a monolithic culture, so it's only, like, say, for example, like someone from Norway, for example, where a majority of the population is just, you know, Norwegians and what have you. There's a difference between being uncultured in a country that only has the one culture, whereas being in, say, Australia or the United States... being uncultured when you're surrounded by multiple cultures. I feel like it's way more insulting to be, you know, like, you know, uncultured when you're surrounded by all kinds of cultures. I feel like that one's more insulting than being uncultured in one culture. It's like insulting in more than one language. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, I may as well have not been there at all. Nonsense. You stood your ground and brought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. Search for item. Do I have any pumpkin? No. Ocho? No. Select. Oh, these are all new dyes apparently. Interesting. I'm gonna go with Ocho. Wait. Okay, Celeste I have 5. Ocho I had like none. Okay. Actually, hang on a sec. Did I have search for item? Yep, no, I didn't have any Ocho. Cool. So I did make the right choice. Wook Evu wishes to spread word that the festival will soon be held. With that exciting interlude over, you will be pleased to know that my repairs are finished. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Inahana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Ohokali! Yes, I remember. Can I do Ohokali? I would like to do Ohokali. Ohokali to greet the... Yep, okay, cool. Damn it, I'm gonna have to... Alright, so... Ohokali. Alright, so I'll need to select different villagers and select Ohokali. It's Twitter. People have weird tastes. Yeah, they have their tastes. Remember that tweet that TikTok I sent you, Sashera, where it's the Sheen from Jimmy Neutron or something like that, and it's the Mikote girl that's like fawning over Emmett Selk, and they're like, "What are you doing? He's like 1,000 years old," and then like, you know, she's like, "Oh, you're so bourgeois." Let me find the TikTok. Hang on a second. It's in our chats. Let me find it again. My god, I've sent you so many fucking things. Where is it? Where is the TikTok that I'm talking about? I don't think it's that one. No. It's not that one. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. It's close, but not that one. Ding. Is it that one? Where is the TikTok? Nope, it's not that one. Where? Oh, I think I found it. Is this the one? No, not you. Okay, I found the person, Safi Luna. Give me a second. Let me find her TikTok where she's like, you know, being like all like handsy on Emmett Selch. Hang on a second. Where? Let me find it. It's just like, oh, you're so bourgeois. Where is it? Okay, maybe I just need to go higher up. Is that it? No. It's funny, but... we'll call it a draw. Draw my ass, Yugi. Oh, here it is. There it is. He's probably 300 or something. Found it. I found the TikToker. It's just like the Makote's just like, oh, you're so bourgeois. I've shared so many fucking TikToks with Sashera. Alright, here we go. Wait. Ohokali! Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do? What to do? Oh, actually, one of the things I need to do, because I wanted to put something in my glamour chest, but I didn't have the opportunity to do so, I need to repair a few things. There we go. Alright, cool. Yep, he's already back on the augmented crystarium stuff. There's nothing to look forward to. Don't... You're so bourgeois. Ohokali! Ohokali! The festival is about to begin? What do you expect me to say? Hi there, Masonic. I'm not cute. I am handsome. I am himbo. I am a lot of masculine things. Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I wouldn't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. I need to fix my window now, because I've been moving it around like an idiot. 47%. Nice work. Not bad. So much that has been taken... Return to the default position. Has been taken from us. Why even try? Ohokali! What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Inahana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. Holy shit! 96%? You absolute fucking himbo, you. You absolute himbo. That fucking reading. 96? I didn't know what game you were playing, Jack. That was amazing. That's some good himbo levels. Aw, 96% on the cute ratings. Look at that cutie patootie. Capybara! Capybara, 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 capybara. Capybara, 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 capybara. Capybara. The Hanu were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead. I agree. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last. Woo! Lifting of wings! Ah.
So few have come.
It's a festival. It's okay. It's okay. More will come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Exactly.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
This will be good. I know it. This is gonna be great.
Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival!
Oh, I know why you don't like it, Jack. Because while 69 is like, you know, the sexy symbol and what have you, 96 is like the antagonist symbol. Because here's what's happening, is your backs are turned to each other and you don't want to confront them. But one of you is deciding to be an asshole by, you know, doing a handstand or something. So it's like, even when you're trying to like turn back to back, they're like presenting their ass to you and they're just trying to fart in your face like a dick. That's why you don't like the number 96, is because it's someone deciding, adding in an antagonistic manner to fart in your face. I really just don't like how the numbers look together. Okay, maybe you just don't like numbers. Have you ever thought of that, Jack? You don't like numbers? Like, granted, I was good at math, but that was more because of the autism at an early age and what have you, and I don't like maths anymore. You could just hate numbers. You hate math, lol. Exactly. It's like when people are like, oh man, bananas are spicy. And you're like, what are you talking about? Bananas are not meant to be spicy. And then comes the moment of, am I allergic to bananas? You like the number 6 and 24. Okay, the 24 I feel like could be because of the hour and the age, but I don't know about 6.
I could get used to this.
Oh my god, look at the birds. They're just kicking their feet up.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Honestly, Yoshi P, you need to give us Pride Parade in this game. And the Hanu need to be the ones involved in the Pride Parade.
The day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Oh, she's so happy!
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Ah, she's so precious! Look at her! Ah! I'll send these photos to Kalua's chat at some point. Is there something missing from the...
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana.
Ooh, okay, okay. Ooh. Oh, everyone in the festival, okay.
The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Kishaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Nice. I'm sorry, I was not expecting a bird to do like a fucking laser beam into the reeds. Oh, look at her, she's so happy. Nice. Oh, damn. Okay, it does like a dramatic change to the reeds. Okay.
It worked.
Nice.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
And they didn't notice this all the time? Okay, but here's the thing, Velk. It was going off, like, yearly, and there wasn't normally a natural disaster that was taking part just prior to the festival. So, for a lot of peeps, it was probably a case of, like, oh, because of how repetitiously they were doing the festival and, like, you know, like clockwork, it was sort of like this chicken and the egg thing, where they're like, oh, no, we're doing the festival because the reeds are going to be good, rather than oh, we're doing the festival to make the reeds good, is what was going on here. So, but, yeah. Should I have left the floater behind like that? I was like so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by the festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please, feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished. Nice. Yay, she's so happy.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
But not all,
I
thankfully.
imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Hopefully so.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task.
Nice!
That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication.
And it's an appreciation of the culture.
I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper.
So, it's a demonstration that we're not, you know, abolishing
in
tradition.
The float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Connor!
Hi.
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Interesting. So while we found a method of being able to do it utilizing the traditions and culture of the Hanu, Koano was able to incorporate his skills.
Just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Yes, that's happened sometimes, Wuklamat.
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity.
Impressive.
It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Oh! Thancred and Urianger.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
I love how Sasha is just like, Thancred and Urianger? Nah, it couldn't have been. It would have to be two unrelated Archons.
Enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun.
Yee.
Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana.
Ah, god damn it.
I like you even more now than I did before.
It is a very silly, it's a silly smile, I will be real with you.
Mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
Okay.
So this is what they look like.
It looks like a chocolate or
Go
a
on,
toffee.
Set it in the tablet.
It honestly looks like a toffee, doesn't it? Oh.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
Nice.
And on to the next.
Wow.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
A very
Third
engineer.
promise, you must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
Aw, only 20%. It's you're almost cute.
For now.
My thing isn't broken. Don't be ridiculous.
Look forward to seeing you all again.
I might need to, you know, do some adjustments on the calculations. 88! Cute! Ooh. 88. Nice work. Bruh.
These are interesting times indeed.
I'm certain. Absolutely certain. No brokerage here.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
Yeah, he just... Ohio Kawaii! My journey has just started, and already I've met so many wonderful people. Wok Evu, for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linu Hanu. It warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Inahana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Exbalyavte. Don't know how I was gonna say that. But yeah. This first, like, little interaction, I will be real with you, has done, like, an amazing job in terms of, setting up, like, how like what the contestants are like. So, because here's the thing. If we weren't banking behind Wuklamot, I think Koana would actually be a really good candidate. Because, as he demonstrated there, he was, like, he's using the technologies that he's learned from the from, like, you know, the Studium and all that kind of such, in an environment that we want, like, that's the good of science, is that it isn't meant to, it doesn't belittle anyone, it's not meant to, like, you know, take people out from their roles, but it's meant to help provide assistance without, you know, great labor or with, you know, the possibility of failures. It's meant to help us in both small and large scales, which is great. There does come the problem, however, which the reason why I don't think Koana would be the best option as we're walking behind Wuklamot is that Koana, I feel like, is getting into a little bit of the quiet part with the problem of using foreign technologies and science, is that as he's utilizing it more and more, without much of an indicator of, like, how everyone here with their existing knowledge can use it, it then makes a dependence on a foreign power / lead in order to, you know, make the advancements and what have you. It doesn't encourage R&D within the culture. It instead relies on dependence outside of it, which isn't, I think, what you want to have happening in a kingdom. Wuklamot's method of, you know, being respectful to the cultures and what have you is the morally right choice here. It might not have been the best option for restoring the reeds, because Koana's method would be a better option, especially if you want to try and do it, you know, agnostically to the seasons or to the festival. But I feel like this is, like, it's just a small hint of, like, oh, there is going to come a point where it's just going to be Koana who does everything, which isn't what you want in, you know, ruling a country and such like that. You want to be able to delegate the tasks, you know, and utilize the strength of your residents in order to, you know, continue on the workings. It's not about who the smartest person in your government is, it's who's the dumbest. And I feel like Koana has a very high bar applied to who, you know, can do the work and whatnot. Oh, we've got some blue tasks we can do. Rite of the Wind Chosen. Lanu Hanu needs help performing an honor tradition. Oh, Kali! Of course I know your name. Who isn't familiar with Wuklamot's companions? Not to mention your friends can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you. I'm Lanu Hanu, and I have the honor of being the Wind's Chosen. It is my feathers which adorn the festival float. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Perhaps you're familiar with the Landsguard. It is customary among the Wind's Chosen to save their molted feathers and present them to these brave protectors as gifts every few years. At this very moment, one of their numbers is making their way to Okhanu to receive our offering, but there is much more to it than just a simple delivery, and I think you'd be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Landsguard will become fast friends. I would start with a small task, if you're willing. Nahashi is the name of our guest, and he is due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all. Alright, so there's the blue. So there's blue number 1. We got another blue over there. Alright, it doesn't look like we have too many blues, so we're probably going to be visiting this place again at some point. Yeah, I'm not going to get to over there in time. And then over here for the next blue. But yeah, If it wasn't for Wuklamad as like our peep, I think Koana would be a good option. He wouldn't be the best option just because of, like, you know, the dangers of relying on foreign allegiances. You're Wuklamad's companion, aren't you? Kexahi smiles upon you. I had hoped the great bird would guide one of the village's saviors to me. You see, the time has come for us to make our customary offering. It is a ceremony we hold dear, and I would invite you to participate as an honored guest. You will join us then? Oh, that makes me so happy. My feathers are standing up straight. The traditional offering is a fruit that grows to the southwest, and they must be so ripe that they're fallen to the earth. Gather 3 and deliver them to Lanuhali at the shrine. Alright, so... Oh, cool. So they're, like, relatively close by. Alright. So let's get those ones done. You love the... Oh, you love the Hanu? Yeah, they're pretty cool, aren't they? So, we actually met a similar sort of species back in Heaven's Ward, up in the Sea of Clouds, but they didn't have the same sort of plumage. They're big and fluffy like these ones, but their plumage is a lot more muted. It's like a grayscale of blues. So, ding 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 ding. Dunk, dunk. Excuse me. Oh, I think a beetle wants to fight me. Yep, it does. Yeah, and they want me to hand it over to there. But I'm gonna head back to Tuliel. So, I'll... Yunk. Yeah, the closest one is like fucking miles away. Nahanshin. You're looking for me? You're not a Hanu. Unless you're molting something awful. I am clearly not a bird. Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, now that you found me, I suppose I better get on with it. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Landsguard hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts, you know? Use these muscles of mine. But for my first assignment, I'm lugging luggage of supplies around. It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this done any faster. Let's go meet this Lanuhanu then. So yeah, and so she's back there, but we'll leave that be as we go on with our next quest. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. The Vanu. Yep. They look like magpies. Well, so yeah, so the Vanu are from the Sea of Clouds. I'm gonna go to the first instance of Tuliel. Also, listen to this jazz. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march on to Urakokpaka. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic Palu friend has to say. Alright, let's go Gunbreaker next. Let's go as the Gunbreaker for this slew of quests. I've been waiting for what feels like days and eaten enough of Brook Uvu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the roads ahead. As I recall, to reach Ukwapaka, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urquapaka. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me! Oh, hello! There's a thingy-madiggy here's. Nice! The Bayside Bevy. Playing host to a never-ending stream of customers, the largest marketplace in Tuliol is replete with goods from every corner of Tyrol. Its proximity to the harbor ensures the cargo unloaded from the boats and barges can be transported directly to the shelves of local merchants. Oh my god, look at this policy here. Are you seeing this? Hail Eater, Fangs. Ah, okay, so we're not gonna see everyone. And then Mithra Light. Nice. And then Speda Sven. Alrighty, this aways now. Hamana, 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 hamana. It's alpacas. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Urquapaka's steep mountain trail as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So, they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yoktoral. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the Eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place where ill-suited its qualities, in a place where ill suits its qualities and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a little naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you could imagine. I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas breed as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? Guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade. As you should know, they take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Sounds like some commerce nonsense. Here you go. A fair price for your fair advice. Yes! I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go, then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but what if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urquapaka? And then that's what we'll do. If one of them is a little strange, is it a weird alpaca? Weird Al is an alpaca? Maybe. Just maybe.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal.
Oh shit, that's actually a really tall mountain.
The 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
Holy shit. That's almost like heaven on high kind of craziness.
So this is Urquapacha. I've never actually been here before.
Oh, okay.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Hopefully the altitude isn't going to be a problem.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh?
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wook Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here, of all places.
Ah, hi! It's another Rothgar. My god, they've been giving him all kinds of hairdos.
But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Bol Nok.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Nice.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urquapacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say.
Oh?
Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
Aww.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes. Estinian would be absolutely terrible here.
They do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watchun Pelo's down the path, off the main road. Don't get lost.
It's right there.
Do not let Estinian visit the Pelu Pelus. We'll try not to. Also, don't I have, like, things to kill here? Some stuff, but it might be expired at this point. Sync. Alright, hang on. Ding, upload a file. I need to upload some images. Give me a second, give me a second. There we go. This is it! Wakon Pelo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Waklamat should have arrived before us. What do you think are the chances we're gonna meet a Stydian here? That's not good. You've come all this way for the rites of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant? Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And our nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery from our finest lady, that's right. Come, Third Promise. My well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady, eh? I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Aaronville, when did you... Ah, a Shatona from far off Zaktoral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm coat of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm in no need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the Third Promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase and unwitting customs like Wuklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. Fun fact, when you're traveling in a foreign country, like if you go to anywhere in Africa or anywhere in South America and such, if you look like a tourist, they're gonna try and sell shit to you. And they are going to upsell that fucking merchandise. And the only way, and like, this is like a weird thingy-majiggy, like, that, you know, some people in like, you know, the US can't come to terms to, but you need to treat them like peddlers that are trying to get you to do a donation. You need to like not be interested in it. They won't go away with like, you know, just you turning the head being like, oh, if I don't see them, I don't need to talk to them. It's like, no, you have to actually go, no, moving on. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Aaronville's word of caution to heart. I love how it's just like, uh-huh. Woklamat is ready to search out the Dawn Servant Selector. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Krill, Alize, and I will speak with the merchants. Woklamat, you and Araville might try approaching travelers and passerbys. Grant, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Nice. Bunny girl. Oh, okay. The Dawn Servant Selector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me? I don't much care who sits the throne, so long as they keep Toral peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Nope. Glad to see our Warrior of Light has learned his lesson. Ah, right, yes, you were asking about the Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. The fuck is that? Alright, Electors? Oh, yes! I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zorul Jah. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands column potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zorul Jah or his policies. Wow, kid, you're not gonna fucking debate me? Hey, debate me. Debate me. Explain to me why your capitalist forward Elector is somehow going to be better than mine. All right, debate me, kid. Debate me. Come on, debate me. Yeah. Some people just ain't ready to talk politics. Welcome. If it's an alpaca you need, look no further. Cool. I've unlocked that one. Ooh. That's the same spearfishing jig. I already have one of those. I guess that one doesn't do a lot of changes. Wait, Zarul is the... Was Zarul the warmonger? Hang on a second. Let me read them again. I thought it was Bajul or whatever is... Hang on. There's a way we can solve this. Okay, it's not in the list of peoples. Alright, so it's not in the Unending Codex. We'll have a read of the Codex at one point in the future, but not right now. You now have access to, like, the exchanges. Lobo hide, some pineapple, and a fillet. Zural Ja is with one head. Bakul Jaja is the dumbass. No. Bakul Jaja is the warmonger. Zarul is the... Oh, wait, no, I think Zarul would have been the warmonger. Yeah, you might have been right. But let's be real. The two-headed is a warmongering dumbass as well. He is, like, in this whole, oh, yes, Bajul's #1, or whatever that bullshit. Make Bajul's great again, kind of. Oh my god, who the fuck is this? Frog. Look at this guy. The body of the silver wolf. Okay. And then a red monocle. Hello there. I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know anything about electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectful distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. And that stuff stinks. It happened to be a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobli, that's the head of the rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobli noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Zarul Ja is the first son, and wants to expand territory through conquest. Bakul, while not afraid to go on a mass murder, just wants to win to prove he's better than everyone else. Ah, okay. So we've got warmongering Republican and, you know, zealot Republican then. We've got two terrible choices. Oh my... Everyone's got the fucking porkies! The fuck is this? God damn it, am I gonna have to get a boba tea after this? I'm gonna have to get a boba tea. Bookie! 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 Bookie? Oh, I guess they're not in my chat right now. You're tempted to go down and get one. Okay, so here's the thing, Velk. You need to get 3. You need to get, like, 3 from, like, the thingamadiggies. You're up in the Sunshine Coast, aren't you? Do they have one in the Sunshine Coast? Hang on. Gongcha map. I'm pulling out the map. Coffin Dodger Island. Here's the thing. I don't know if that's a euphemism, like the Coffin Dodger, or if that's like just you're just legitimately talking about Bribey Island there. So yeah, so the closest Gongcha, like if you're coming from the north, coming down, the closest Gongcha is Chermside, but that's in like the food court area. So I'm not too sure if they're gonna still give it to you while they're working busies and such like that. The one closest to me is Indrapili. The hours might be incorrect. Closes at 6:30 today. Okay, hang on a second. Gongcha, Australia. Final Fantasy. Yep. Oh my god. Like, psh, hang on. I don't know. Is the Gongcha Final Fantasy XIV promotional applicable in Australia? Yes, it is. Buy any 3 drinks while supplies last. So we've got the Fat Cat Perfect Latte, the Fat Chocobo Flying Smoothie, and the Cactar Matcha. I'm gonna be real with you. I might go for the Fat Cat. I think I'd go for the Fat Cat before the Fat Chocobo. Alrighty, let's see. What's on the menu? Earl Grey Milk Tea and 3 J's. A Matcha Red Bean. The Pearl Milk Tea? That one I remember. That one feels like the most common boba. We didn't get the nice cups, though. Oh, if I get the cups. Hang on a second. Store Finder. Hang on a second. Oh my... Oh, there's... Oh, wait, no, that's... There's one... There's one lone one in the Sunshine Coast. Oh, so there's one in North... The one in North Lakes might have the cups. What's this one look like? Yeah, so that one's a kiosk. I don't know if that one would have it. What's the Intrapilli like? Okay, so that one looks... Oh, I know where that is. That's down in the, Oh, wow, it's actually... Okay, so it's in, like, sort of the Asian area. And then, what's this one look like? So, Ganja over in South Bank looks like a full-blown restaurant. And then we've got Brisbane City, which is, you know, like a full-on, like, cafe. Okay. If you get the cups, you go Wigglies. I'll just keep hold of them until we one day, like, meet up. Like, I'll either be in Western Australia, or you'll go to, like, a fur meet, and you're gonna be like, Grant! Why are you white? Alright. Look, Lamont. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ointment. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobil is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is, it'd be... Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. Let's catch up with her before she spends her monies. But yeah, I've got so many missions to go through. I've got, like, the 3, like, dungeon finders for Old Charlian. I've got the raid in Elpis. I've got the, I got these 2 for, like, the Aether Currents. I've got the Realm of the Gods as well. There's a lot I need to go through. That's a lot of alpacas! Still, we need to know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not again to say that I'm scared, of course. Aha. She's like a little sprout. She's like a sprout, being like, nothing will faze me in this game. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobly? Tobly? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobli often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who amongst us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game! Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobil a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone who we think might be Tobli. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great! We can meet back here to share our impressions. Well, obviously I'm not Tobli. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobli is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. You think I might be Tobli? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobli? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? I feel like it's her. I feel like it's Mablu in the pink. I reckon Tobli will be an entirely different outfit. I see, we've both done with our interrogations. So what do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. Which one which one was the one that was like, I have the most? Was that the boastful ranch hand? I think it was the boastful. No, I didn't. The loud, boastful one? I suppose he could be Tobli. Only one way to find out. Nothing would make me happier than knowing your identity. So how about we make a deal and you tell me the truth? I have money. Then I agree to your trade. Done and done. And as for my part of the bargain, I am not Tobli, not the head ledger, and not the head rancher. Just a humble ranch hand. You're not him? Damn it, Grant, I trusted you! That coin could have bought me 300 gourmet tacos. No, I can't let this taco tragedy distract me from what matters most. We need to determine which one is Tobli. Grant didn't understand the... I can't get out of it, though! I would like to get out of it and check the names again. It's gonna be the diligent one, no doubt. Ah, the worker so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one, too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobol, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobel, head ledger of Wachu Palelo and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulol Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! In a place featured in the Tolori saga, just as we thought. Though it took more coin than I would have liked to know for certain. She found you out fair and square, Tobly. And I'm sure she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here. Dun, 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 dun. Can I do it again? I have an idea.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
Hang on. Here's a cheeky way. Ding dong. The game crashed. We're gonna have to go through that cutscene again, chat. The game crashed. Give me a minute. Yes, yes, Sash, the game crashed. Excuse me. It says my veteran rank is level 4 and that I've been subscribed for a total of 1,080 days. I have been subscribed for over 3 years. Alright, so let me just double check you. Hurry along, I've coats to brush and smelly spit to mop up. So that's the diligent one. And then the boastful one. What was boastful's? The third promise must demonstrate her worth. Well, are you not ready to begin the contest? No, I'm not ready. Alright. And then what was Mablu's thing? I've never actually said there was an elector in Watch. Ugh. This here is the family where their fluffy fees. Alright. Wait, what's with the wild-eyed alpaca? What's up with you? The beast regards you with wary eyes and a twitching jaw. Backing away slowly may be the wisest course of action. Fine. Alright, so it's the diligent ranch hand that we want. Dun 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 dun. I say we've both done with our interrogations. I think it's the diligent ranch hand. Ah, the worker's so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobly, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobly, head ledger of Wachunpelo and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulul Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! In a place featured in the Tololio saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. Yay, we got it on the first try. She found you out fair and square, Tobly. And I'm glad she did. Wouldn't have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
There's probably another task at hand.
Right. Not hard at all.
Oh, this one's the first promise, isn't he? Yeah, this is... Zarul. Zarul.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
Oh. And he doesn't want to do the test?
You're Tobli.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed.
Very
With
aggressive.
that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one.
Alright. Let's hear it.
You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Huh?
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures?
What's more
Doesn't
is...
sound like much of a challenge.
This is a lot easier than the other time. We had to solve world hunger, and now you're asking us to catch a... Huh? Oh.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, third promise?
Alright, I got my finger on the print screen ready. This is gonna be some fun shit.
Who? Me? Well, it...
Hi, Renee!
I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
Alright, let's see. Come on. Ow.
Ah!
Unfair.
The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't...
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly.
Uh-huh.
Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit. As you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
Crossbreedings. Plus, by mixing the wild ones with the dociles, you avoid any sort of incestual genes.
For you to make your point.
So clever.
The task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell.
Noted.
And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching.
Oh. Okay.
Fantas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
First off, you probably want to get rid of the idea that they are spitting
The Dawn
demons.
Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Wow. Yeah, I can see why you consider this one the warmongerer. How's it going? Hopefully you have a wonderful time at work, Renee.
This experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
It's okay. It's okay.
But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
You are correct. They are just another animal. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Are you all right, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Sure.
Scream, in other words.
Aaronville just ain't letting her deal with that bullshit, is he?
Did you find the Elector?
Yes.
Oh, we certainly did.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me? Just to make sure. The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. Yay, we get gloves next. Nice.
Hello.
Hi, Sage. Welcome to the stream. You finished your shift at the smell factory, and you'll be listening as you drive home. Nice. Great to hear. There's probably going to be an advertisement in a minute or two, but I'll use that time to get a bottle of water and a snack. As Wooklamat helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those, then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel, in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to about 1 million or so. Mayhaps if we all pitch in. No. This is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. This heat is not the hot and sweaty I wanted it to be. Also, to tell those who don't know, I'm not hyperbolizing. I actually work at a fragrance factory that supplies basically all the smells to almost every product. It just... all of them. Your sense of smell is invaded across all scents. The sweet, the sour, the salty, the unagi, all of them. Your nose is just gone. That basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel, in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for even more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1,000,000? That's 10,000 times more! We need 10,000 pel, not 1,000,000. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Alphino's million gil. You was not built for the random bouts of 40 degrees Celsius heats? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talking into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal-making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you said. As long as Wooklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a ache for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? Maybe easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly. Although, Grant, I think you should go with Wooklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. My nose is in fact obliterated. You look like Voldemort. Is it true? Okay, so, is it true? Actually, let me get a water really quickly before the advertisements go away. Hang on a second. I'm back. I had a Corinthian, and I've got myself a bottle of water this time, so I'm not drinking from, like, iced coffee or Coke. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing! But I'll leave the wool with Grant anyway. The better way to keep my hands free. to begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Ah, so it's... Okay, so... Commerce lesson, everyone. So, before we had the use of the fiat currency of, like, you know, dollars, rubies, and the British pound and what have you, using, like, paper money or coins of, like, precious metals, we had the bartering system. The bartering system was very much dependent on you trading on a good that you were able to make an excess for a goods that you could not create either an excess or was a necessity. So, for instance, like during this kind of era of, like, you know, bartering and what have you, essentials such as water, housing, or what would be the third one? Water, housing, and some of the more common foods, for instance.
Meeps with the 36-month tier 1 sub. Jib cookies oh whoa.
Meeps! Thank you so much for the 36 months! Here's your cookie. Cookie from Meeps. Here's your cookie, Meeps. I hope you have a wonderful time. Thank you for the ad-free viewing and all the emotes. 3 years indeed. Look at me go. Look, three years of streaming, and you were here like way back at the start as well. You're like one of my first subscribers, and I really appreciate it. So, thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate it. So, right now in the Whatsamahoozy thing, we have a little bartering feat that we need to go through. So, because earlier bartering has always been a case of, oh, something that you've had in abundance that is not necessary for you would be traded for an item that was necessary to you, but that the other party did not think is necessary or was in abundance. So it wouldn't be things like water or housing. It would instead be things such as crops, clothing, and commodities. What a clean looking inventory. Yes, what a clean looking inventory. I'm gonna need to get rid of some of this stuff. I don't know what I'm doing with this thing here. That one needs to go into a vendor. These I need to sell at some point. There we go. Oh, actually, so Meeps, check this out. Check this out, Meeps. Check this out. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. You gotta show a picture of your warrior of light? Nice. I would appreciate it. Hey, it's me. It's me with lightning powers. It's a giant striped horse with lightning powers. It's so fucking cool. Like, look at him go. So cool. Alright, so right now we got like this wool, and we're gonna see like so the best case scenario is that you only need to do one trade. So the trading of the wool that we have in abundance that we do not need in order to get a saddle, which we do need. Unlikely, it's in the not safe for work content. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's just, oh, yeah, no, cool. Yeah, no, sorry, I thought you were gonna show me a Final Fantasy 14 thing, but yeah, tummies, just pat. Thought you were gonna show me something from Final Fantasy 14, because I've seen a lot of Final Fantasy 14 like sort of stuff, and it's just like, damn. So good. All right. Oh, hang on. Ding dong dong. There we go. All right. Ding dong. Back over into here. That's your Rothgar, though. Ah, okay. So you've done the Rothgar route. Nice. Nice work. Ooh, and then someone did a safe for work commission for Broggy BB. Cool. Alrighty. So, unlikely we're going to be able to trade the wool for the saddle from Havli, but we are going to learn what Havli would look after or wants. So we're going to find a user that, you know, has what Havli wants, and we're going to see if our wool can be traded to that user, so then we can then get the item that we can trade with Havli for the saddle. Especially after getting all that meat and sweet experience rewards. Oh, did you get the mount reward as well? Have you gotten the mount yet? The weird, like, brown sprout-looking thing? Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I'd like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, the third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pels in the 1,000 columns. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zorul Jah will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. And here we go. Now comes the fun bit. So, we're obviously not going to be able to get the premium mezcal with the wool, so we're going to need to listen in to hear what the guys at the, you know, the grapes and what have you want for the wool. Or want in exchange for the thing. Can't say that I blame him. I've known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the Third Promise's plan for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you and Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of which it was like when the Yokul ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn's servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win this contest. Hi there, Zarix, welcome to the stream. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so expensive. And time to pause. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tololiol on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn's servant. Aiming for the 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration, so let's try first exchanging the wool for something even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Oh, yeah! The tailor! So, we can exchange the wool for, like, some textiles. Ah, yes, the weaver! Bolnug was his name. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going. But for now, let's head back that road where we first met him. Nice. All right, so now we're going the opposite way of the bartering system. Rather than working our way down to find like what we need to get to the saddle, we're instead going to be working our way up. So we're going to be trading for things that we don't need, but are still of a value greater than what we currently have. It might take a few more steps than necessary to get to what we need, but there's less opportunities, there's less, points of failure, because instead of, working down and having, exasperated failures, instead, you start from where you are and progress yourself upwards, and then when you feel confident in your trade to the saddle, there's a greater chance that when you do that, you might actually come out on top with some spare funds. I hate the I'm not a huge fan of the economy. I just know how it works sometimes, okay? I'm not perfect with it, but I have some ideas. This is the spot. After Bolnog talks to us, he walks off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ukloval's Inn. Most visitors to Watchunapello end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Grant is the king of swap meets. Unfortunately, I haven't done swap meets before. I have an approximate knowledge of a lot of things, okay? That's the true power of the autism. It's not a 100% in one category. It's like a 10 to 30% in like a lot of categories. I'm not smarter than a game developer, but I'm probably picking up on way more things than a game reviewer would like to share. Alrighty, so we are now here with menders and merchants and... Huh. Nice. Can I have that basket, Grant? There's the alpaca wool. Plus, in some cases, you remember something insanely obscure while forgetting really important things. Oh, yes, no, absolutely. Sometimes I forget I have food in the kitchen and I can just cook that instead of going out to eat. Bolnug, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise! You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? I feel really It's okay, that's me. I was calling myself out. I wasn't calling out a particular person in the chat, I was calling myself out with that. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Ooh, okay, an investment. Peace in Toral is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace wins the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Nice. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bolnug. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal! We're off to a spectacular start! Only because Grant remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connection you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental aspects of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I hope so. Now, let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Alright, so what's happened here is... So, the wool... Oh, like, you know, we got 5 times the value. And the reason why we went through the weaver... So, because we know that we need to get to, like, the premium malts and what have you. But we can't get to the premium brewer because we're talking about trying to exchange 3 years of labor for what essentially was, like, a couple minutes of gathering. So, instead of working backwards to see what he wants to go from where we are, we're instead working our way upwards. Because we might actually be able to skip... Like, if we are able to do a really good up trade, we'll be able to skip some of the necessary steps if we were trying to go through a down trade instead. Especially if you had to, like, do loop-de-loop nonsense. So yeah, so with this one, we exchanged a few minutes of gathering with a few minutes of crafting requiring the gathering resource. So, for us, like, commercially, it might have been a loss for the person because... While we did help replace his wares for, like, you know, being able to craft another poncho, we haven't replaced the time it would take for him to, like, weave the poncho with the materials we gave him. But that's okay. He's, in the economy, that's seen as the greater fool, because what he is doing isn't exchanging wool for, you know, ponchos and such. He's exchanging it as a trade connection with the third promise. Something that, you know, interpretively, while is not indicative in the initial trade, could be beneficial in future trade and relationship bonds in the future. This is called networking. Because now he has a connection with the third promise, so as the third promise grows in strength and connections, he can also grow in connections as well. Because he can lean upon the third promise almost for one source or another and trust that it is a reliable source rather than going through way much more labor and time in order to find another source. I know so. Now, let's take our... Yep, okay, I already read that part. Hey, Grant, you take the poncho. If I lose it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Woo! So, we exchanged from 100 to 500. You've traded a 100 pel bucket of alpaca for 500 pel wool poncho. And we're trying to get up to, I think it's like 50,000 or 100,000, so... Yeah. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock their shelves. That makes sense. But how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy one. Here they go. We find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we should go worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interesting travelers. Alright, so we want to try and find travelers... Oh, that guy, right there. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamul Jah hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamul Jah who soldier for a living prefer to not wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamul Jah carrying arms can be struck off the list. Alright. So that guy, he's hard bitten. He's already got a poncho. So it's this guy. The disconcerted Hubigo. Alright, let's try him. Let's see what he has to say. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon. We might have a winner. Ho there, friend. You're not a merchant by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a tool maker from Tuliol and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well, but now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. Okay, but here's the thing. We can't just give him 90% of the Majul Jah who wear ponchos are female. Oh, okay. Whoopsies. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it, if you'd like to make a trade, for one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. Okay. Nice. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the 1,000 column. Alright, cool. So we've now gone from 500 pel to 1,000 pel. So we've doubled our investment. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the Eponeris owner of Mitblu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am able to have you. Alright, we've got a lead. We got a no. Now we know what we're going to put to the hatchet. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Mitblu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. She doesn't like alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? We're doing good. I say we're doing good. You've traded 500 to 1,000. Alrighty, so now we hand in that quest, and we gotta go get some alpacas and get to a farm. You've returned home and immediately enlisted to make mochi. Excellent. Hopefully it works well. Well done recognizing that tool maker as a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'll make an excellent merchant. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Yep. And I've got a random 11 weapon for whatever reason. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. Oh, Aether Current! I need to remember to pick that one up. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Malblue has so kindly provided. Hang on a second. I need to get the Aether Current before I forget. I'll be sure to keep you, Mr. Barcode host, updated. Do keep me updated on how the mochi goes. Hopefully I didn't miss one in, like, another area. Alright, so that's talking... Alright, let's see. Where does this one want me to go? Okay, so it wants me to go further south, 200, so it's probably somewhere along there, but we'll probably run into it in our travels. Oh, someone's having a bit of a... What the fuck is that thing? Alright. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Oh my god, look at the alpacas. I want to... You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would have never have become traveling merchants. You can imagine walking all the way around to Wall? I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. It's a pretty tall mountain. Warogzormo? That wasn't that anime? Foreboding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yoku. We're just, like, exploring the mountains. So, Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession? You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, then it would be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. Honestly, this is a pretty cool environment, so this has definitely got some South America Machu Picchu vibes to it. We made it! And without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikuvelo's Inn, so we'll walk around the main road when we return the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand, I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yeah, and everyone's hard work at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. You was about to say it's giving southern Mexico? Yeah, it could be giving southern Mexico stuff. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the Feat of Gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Woklamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's go to bargaining. Bargain! The theme is mainly Mexico and South America. Yeah, because the way they have us set up on the continent as well, they have us, like, really close to, like, the... So, hang on a sec. Let me pull up a map. So, this is... So, they have it... So, the major city is here, sort of, like, near the border of, like, the north and the south. And as you can see, like, we hit the southern side here. So, yeah. So, imagine if this was, like, the European continent, and then this is the American continent. So that's the way I interpret, like, this map here. It's a pretty big map, don't get me wrong. I wish there was a lot more detail here, however. Like, this feels relatively low quality there. So, there's unknown lands there. We've only explored, like, a tiny bit of Hinagashi. Othard is, like... So, this is, like, China/Mongolia. This is, like, sort of the Russian area. This here is where we get a little more of the French, Spanish, and, and then England. Meanwhile, the northern empty is a bit of a weirdy spot, not Scandinavia-wise, and then we're here. And it looks like there's some landmass here that we could probably explore at one point. This is cool. So yeah. Wait, where's the moon map? The moon map isn't here. So, Sea of Stars. So this is the first, which is like the quartered off. And then this is Heidelin. We don't have a map of the And then there's our region. We've not yet met Yuktoral. Wait, we still don't see the majority of Isambard where Golemold is. Yeah, that's true. Well, I feel like we haven't explored that a lot just because it was only a quick touch-in and then back out. You have that little axe of mine? Yep. Here is a fine hatchet. Thank you for the head pat, Sage. Thanks! Now to see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan. The razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of my leaves. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands, the same price as the hatchet. The deal would bring us no closer to the Mezcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatches. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuk-Lamat. That is why I am prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair, given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this, then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Koana's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. So either in the patch content or the next expansion we'll explore more of it, potentially? I reckon we'll probably get Garlemald patch content, quite frankly. Because, alright, so here's the thing. Here's my train of thought. With the way that the patch has the way the patch content went from like a Realm Reborn to Shadowbringers, the patch content has always been oh hey, this is tying into the next expansion and what have you. Whereas the patch content for Endwalker wasn't like a huge tie-in to Dawn Trail. Only the very last three missions were Kona. Anyway, only the last three missions were relevant to Dawn Trail. So I reckon what might be the go-ahead for patch content in the future is that it might be used as a tie-up of a loose end that was initiated in the past. So all the stuff we had going off in the 13th during Endwalker, I reckon that is stuff, if we didn't have, like, you know, the huge, like, downturn and all that kind of such in the original Final Fantasy XIV, I reckon that plot line is what we would kind of get from, you know, Final Fantasy XIV before Realm Reborn was, you know, worked on and released and what have you. So I reckon we're probably going to get patch content that's going to be tying up of loose ends and expansions that are new adventures. So, but that could be totally false because, you know, I have not yet gone through this expansion and we don't know what the next patch is. So, yeah. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Grant and I have mate to gather. Oh no, I'm happy. I'm helping too. Off to the fields, then. Mind you, pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. There we go. Alright. So, we need to head up north and do some gathering. Excuse me. I've been saying Koana, isn't it? Isn't that how you say it? Alright, so I need to gather 5 leaves. So 1. 2. 3. 4. And 5. Excuse me, nose. Alright, and then we can hand that back and we get ourselves a new item to trade. Miplu. You've brought me some leaves, then. Here you go. Ah, my hair! Hi there, Nix. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? We're currently going through the Dawn Trail main story questline. We're still at, like, the level 90 area. We've not gone very far in the story. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. I don't know, I'm just here. Fair enough, you're just here. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. No! Stop making me bald! Stop making me bald! Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mat leaves. Premium mat! Brought at the shop, 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the 1,000 column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Smooth and round, like Code's brain. No dips or divots, no ridges and bumps, just smooth. Excuse me, nose. Huh? Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How could I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? So you plan to give up then? I can't. After getting a taste of real trading, I want to be a merchant more than anything. Then you'll just have to be honest. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace and become Dawn's servant. That happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for your advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. So yeah, because the tea leaves could be used in, like, you know, a different brew entirely. Bargain our way into double the value? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Koana and Zural Ja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wook Lamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. She's not... There's a shred of doubt in her voice, here and there, that crops up. An excellent trade! Success! You traded a 1,000 pel hatchet for 5,000 pel sack of top-grade mott leaves. Yeah, imagine. Imagine imagining, Sage. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. Level 91. Before we go, let me give you the mott leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Don't we need to give it to Mablu? Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. Alright. We'll need to figure out where we need to go for that one. Okay, so it's all the way back. Okay, so we can... Alright, I'm gonna... Actually, hang on a sec. Is there... No, alright, cool. I'm gonna go for a walk back to it to see whether or not there's a, just in case there's a hunt mark, I could be, Actually, what am I doing? I don't need a walk. I can just, you know, use a mount. Horse! Coffee grounds, cool. So they make coffees up in the mountains. Renee, why must you take my himbo from me? Why? I wanted my himbo. Nothing so far. My himbo now. Himbos help himbos. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobbly. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his products, so if we're there to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and talking in the gossip. Taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Grant, perhaps Wook Lamont could do the same as the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Yeah. Alrighty. Bibijel. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliol. I often come here to buy Gobley's Mezzel, the finest in Toral, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less, potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Hang on, sorry. There we go. Alright. Oh wait, no, hang on, I was looking too far down. There we go. Alrighty. Gobley might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's also got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. Okay, so we're talking about a guy who might not have the best fashion sense, but it shouldn't be the end of the world. Oh, hang on. Nose. Sorry. Ugh. Nose. There we go. There we go. Alright. Ding. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about monsters prowling around Algave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure such ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it's affecting the work as it does. Can't rightfully bring joy to people if you can't even keep making the things they love. Okay. Alright, so he's in a little bit of a struggle. Just a little bit. Oh, there's Mablue. So, what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead, and I'll bring Wooklamat. Dun, dun. Alright, so they're just up this hill, no doubt. Yeah, so they're just gonna be up this hill. Monster sounds like a problem for the Warrior of Light to solve. It does, doesn't it? It's me and the Dawn's Promise kind of business. You have business with me, sir? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice! I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mat leaves in exchange. Top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mat leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? I reckon we want to deal with the monsters in the Agave fields. Because if we can help them out, then... Oh, okay. The Hubagoo's distaste for strong drink. Oh my god! Oh, I don't have a shirt. Hang on. Hi. Bark, 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 bark. Hi. Hi there, unnamed. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Is anyone else gonna be borking in from Unnamed's chat? Do we have other borkers? No, Frack, not my hair! Not my beautiful hair! There's... Where's the borks? You're hearing the borks, aren't you? I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mat tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. You ate a pepper and your tongue is dead. Ooh. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of the Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to cull the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. Whatever the pepper is that Papa John sends. Oh, hang on a second. Papa John's... You mean the Papa John's pizza? Did you just, like, eat a whole Papa John's or something? I love how it gives me, like, all these international markets, and it's like, no, just send me to the American one. Just show me the American pizzas. Chat sent it to you. Aw, that's awesome. I wish chat could send me food. That'd be cool. I like the idea of getting like food because of chatter. That'd be because of chat. That'd be awesome. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal will be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes! I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity. If I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volok Shunsuz. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. His garments aren't that bad. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnug. He's not Boldnug, he's just Boldnug. Bolnug, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliol. Send Grant thigh highs? No, don't send me thigh highs. I want food. Me hungies. Ah, stretching. Sorry. Stretch. Me hungies. As a supporter of Wuklamat and keen observers of palace politics, he will doubtlessly be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. This is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balanced. Now we do the big one. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Avgar's jaw? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain, all right? You have a deal. Meaty zebra. Don't be eating my thighs. No leggies. No leggies for you, okay? No leggies. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and Grant and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Baldnug. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachunpelo. Be safe. Alrighty. Oh my god, there was a fucking machine. Oh, there's a sightline. Hang on, we gotta get to that. Hang on. Esta Crystal. There's probably like an Hang on. Oh, wait. Hang on. Give me a second. Let me get to the thing. Let me get to the place. Here we go. Dun, dun. There we go. There we are. The Wachunpelo. Ignore the fact that I just bonked. Dun 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 dun. Oh, okay, so we need to go down there. Hang on a second. Also, what were you doing in my coffee, unnamed? Wait, what do you got planned? What are you planning? What's the plan? That should be Agav's jaws just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Ding. Next spot. There we go. Is the advertisement done? Looks like the advertisement is done. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that. Hope you all had an okay time in the advertisement revenue areas. I have them running once an hour, so then that way, like, you know, when people jump in because of a raid or something like that, they've got, like, you know, a few minutes of, you know, they only deal with, like, a few minutes of advertisement to get an hour's ad free. Nice. Alrighty, let's see how Wuklamad is doing. Hey, look, there's a little Aether Current up there we can go for. Alright, let's see how she's doing. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Yes. Alright, hang on a second. I gotta move up here so we can get that Aether Current, so I don't have to run all the way back here for it again later on. And let's just fight this guy for a little bit. There we go. There we go. Got it. Onwards! Also, let's see, what mount do we get? Chocobo! Pork. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I have just the sack of leaves... Here you go. Top quality leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Precious! Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobly. Here are the mott leaves and a written introduction to Balnug, as agreed. The deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, my blue. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now, should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Meaty zebra thighs. Yeah. So, we started with a sack of wool in order to get a poncho. From a poncho to a hatchet to leaves, to the leaves to this bottle of, like, you know, high-grade hooch. And we're using that to get ourselves a saddle. Oh, wait, no, hang on. I need to talk to Wuklamant again. Sorry, hang on. Alrighty, okay, so I've already got plenty of ice blues. I don't have any of the raptor blue. And I've got none of the cactar green. I think I'm gonna go for... I'm gonna go for the cactar green, because it looks like that has a higher value than the raptor blue. Even at this palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Ah! Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far, so we just need to head across the plaza. Mezcal is a close relative of tequila. Tequila! Actually, it probably is tequila, let's be real. A high-quality jug of mezcal you received in trade for premium mott leaves. An introductory letter and the swift culling of hostile pests worth 10 pel... Oh, okay, no, it doesn't explain that. It's, like, made from, like, some sort of, like, you know, fermented fruits. Your price is final. Bring me a jug of premium mezcal or go bargain with another saddle maker. This is it. The trade we've been working towards. Alright, let's have a listen. Phew! Still in one piece. Right. Time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We've brought you precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing! A few measly clumps of wool! What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Aww. So sweet. Alright. I'd sooner aid no claimant, but Zural Jah. I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time with it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, and I can taste that smooth mezcal already. Dun, dun, dun. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started out with only 100 pel basket of alpaca wool, Malbu. You are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. Makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Success! You traded a 10,000 pel jug of basil for a taming saddle. Pectomancer. Green merchant. Alrighty. Everyone's running around getting their things done. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. Oh joy, she has to practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Oh my god, the music just got serious. And there we go. Great sunken gods, I did it! He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wuklamach's touch. This is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. I want to get an alpaca. I want an alpaca mount. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but You're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zorul Jah, he's back. Oh, what the shit? Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought. Is it just me, or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Woklamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I will be the one to find the Golden City, and then Taral can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horrors and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war, merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tulial all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you provide, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. He's talking about Garlemald. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulul Jaja did not elevate the Mamul Jah, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tulial, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done. Well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? Oh, that one's pink. Interesting. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. It's like we're not even family. I'll ponder Zoral Jah and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orokanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Woklamet off on our hunt. It would be interesting if she also brought a gold alpaca. Can we, like, say any... Can we observe this alpaca, or... Nope, it's just a random gold alpaca, then. Alrighty. Doggo! Actually, technically it's a wolf. Look at this wolf. Jump, 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 jump. Cake! Imagine being a wolf. Couldn't be me. Inside you, there are 2 wolves. I can do this. I know I can. Cheer on, Wuklamata, as she marshals her courage to attempt the harrowing task of capturing a wild alpaca. Cheer! Inside you there are 2 wolves, one approaching the other. Yay!
Thanks. I don't need it.
Hopefully not forever.
Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. Better not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
Nah, let's cheer him on.
I stay here.
As will I. Wuklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Wow, Aaronville, do you really not have that much confidence in your 3rd promise? Okay, maybe it is going to be a bit of time. Make it Malblue.
Lena to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
It's what Aaronville does.
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Aaronville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
You could have...
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian.
Who was her
As one of their
mentor?
number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature.
Wait, what? Wait. Where did you guys come from? Why is there 2 of you? That was 2 raids back to back. That was Foxy Boy VR and Rune Wolf. See? Look, there's the second one. That was the second one that went off there. Hi everyone. Welcome. Overcooked. Ah, I see. I have my suspicions. Hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. Ahoy hoy. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I imagine the both of you, Foxy Boy and Rune Wolf, the both of you were doing some Overcooked 2 together. You're doing some cooperative play. They are master chefs. They're Master Chief? From, like, the fucking Halo series? Okay, that joke might not have worked if I didn't say master chefs. Maybe. Hi. Good to see you. Hopefully you had a wonderful time playing Overcooked with your buddy. Co-op is a strong word. It was cooperative though. Love you. Bye forever. Fumbling. Hey. It doesn't matter how much quantitative work there was between the two of you, so long as there was work between the two of you. It's cooperative. Alright? Me and Code the Yoshi, we go through all kinds of, we went through Titan Quest together as a co-op, which was really fun. There's an incentive to do The Remnant as a co-op, or some of the other games. We went through, so most of last year, when it first came out, and we didn't get it done until, like, back in May this year, we went through Baldur's Gate 3 together, so, like, you'll go through, like, the games together. Hey! Pylon! You can't take my shirt when there's new guests around. What are you thinking? Ah! He's got to get out of the Matrix. But yeah, if you two need to, like, you know, hop offline really quickly to, like, you know, food, drink, bathroom, or even sleep, I totally understand. I will do my best to, like, you know, keep your audience occupied as I go through more of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free trial, allowing you to play through the entirety of the A Realm Reborn storyline and the award-winning Heavensward and the award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restrictions of playtime? Join us today. Yes. I don't know what you're talking about, Oberon. I'm just really passionate about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV.
My younger self took those words to heart. And off I went to become a cleaner.
Ah.
Her words alone.
I wish my head was able to do, like, way more, like, rotations up or down, because this is what it looks like up or down. It moves the entire body instead of moving the neck, annoyingly enough.
As it happens,
Boomer nearby.
work was much to my liking. And I all but
Oh,
forgot why I had pursued it in the first place.
What? Why did you...
Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all
we were able to get rid of the... So that was like a legit spammer. Never mind then.
Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
Yeah. So, are you enjoying? Oh yes, no, I'm enjoying it. So I started playing this 3 years ago, around about 3 years ago, and by then they had Shadowbringers and all the expansions. Sorry, and all the patches. But actually, I'll explain more once we get out of the cutscene.
Do you hear that?
Oh my god, she got herself an alpaca.
They did it.
Yay! Claps for Wooklamat. The girl in the hood looks terrifying to me. Oh, that's just what the Pelu Pelu look like. Look, they made...
You're utterly spent. And small wonder.
Spending all day trying to get an alpaca.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Nice. So yeah, I'll explain my thoughts about Final Fantasy XIV. Alright, so are we out of the cutscene? Yes, we're out of the cutscene. Excellent. Alrighty. So, when I first got into Final Fantasy XIV 3 years ago, Shadowbringers was released, and I'm pretty sure they went through like all of their patch content as I was going through it. And I was like, oh, everyone's playing this game, and it has a free trial, and, you know, World of Warcraft peeps are leaving World of Warcraft to play Final Fantasy XIV. This would be excellent. Plus, I hear there's a new expansion coming out. I'll get through the story in like 6 months or something like that, and I'll be able to play the new Endwalker expansion with everyone else. I haven't even finished A Realm Reborn by the time Endwalker was released. So, for about once a week, for like there were some months where I did do it more than once a week, but essentially once a week for like at least 3 to 6 hours, I was playing Final Fantasy XIV, and I do it as like an MMO morning or MMO night. It was a fantastic experience. Dawn Trail is my first expansion where I wasn't, you know, grossly behind in being able to play it. I was like, I was like 1 patch away from Dawn Trail when Dawn Trail released in early access / normal access. And yeah, so I was able to go through the patch content, and right now I'm going through, you know, Dawn Trail. I know a lot of people have already finished it. I am not, like, looking to, you know, blitz through this thing to catch up with everyone, because we haven't even gotten word of our first patch being released or anything like that. I want to go at this at the same pace I was going through back in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward and Stormblood. My personal favorite expansion, I feel like, is either Endwalker, like the main MSQ of Endwalker, or Shadowbringers. I feel like it's one of those two. A Realm Reborn was like, you know, it got me into it. Heavensward definitely has some cool bits in it. Stormblood, I would say, I think Stormblood, MSQ-wise, was a bit of a low one for me, but the side content of Stormblood, I'm enjoying bits and pieces of, because that's how I was able to get the, hang on a second. Here it is. If it wasn't for Stormblood, I wouldn't have this awesome fucking horse. Look at him. There's a Zeebs on my screen. Did someone hijack his channel? What do you mean a Zeebs on your screen? It's my channel. I got Ixion. Thank you. So fucking massive. So yeah. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Alright, and we're gonna go for the Cactar Green. And knowing the Pelu. Woklamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. You normally stream later? Not that I'm No, so... Okay, so normally I'll be streaming... So, if it's the weekday, normally I'm streaming in the evening. So, normally, like, in 4 hours from now, you'd find me streaming. But I'm trying to do a thing where if it's the weekend, I want to stream in the mornings. Because if I stream in the mornings, if it's like my morning, for instance, Australians can view it, but so too can the Americans. Because, like, if I look at my statistics and shit like that, streaming on an American website is going to have a lot of Americans watching it. I think half my audience is American and, like, 40% is Australian. And then I've got, like, stragglers in all the different, countries. Yeah. Look at these alpacas. Hi, American here. Hi, American here. So, yeah. No, I'm not going to get to that one in time. And then that one, yep, I can just run to that one. Oh my god, I have not pulled out the behemoth in a while. Look at this big boy. Look at this hunker chunker big boy. Absolute fucking massive. Oop, hang on, I'm going the wrong way. Look at him. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Wooklamut can't be that far behind. It's weekend for the normal peeps. Yeah, it is the weekend. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of... Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yay! We did it! Although, I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Jah did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Galul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. Ooh, interesting. It was before the founding of Teloroi, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokyu, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Galul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yaku in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Galul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mat tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated that their visitor decided to do next. Galul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yaku's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering the amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Galul Jaja transforms us into a clan of iterant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Galul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands, Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your siblings could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Ooh, piece of candy. 5 more to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We would have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wooklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yokhoi. They once ruled over far more than just Urupaka and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yoktoral and all of its people. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokhoi have to tell us? They may have not found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's a value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Yep, that fucking mountain. Ah! Excuse me. Oh, Krill, I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yeah. Pieces like it first became fashionable in Yoktoral about 20 years ago. Since then, it's been common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. You'll be right back. You're finishing your mochi? Not to worry. Thank you so much, Sage. Depending on how this mission goes and the questline for it, I might be concluding my stream shortly. I have been streaming for the last 5 hours. I've been going at it for a little bit. 20 years ago. Right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler's business, eh, Mablu? Right then. That's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliol and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn's servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought in a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoral Jah's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating. Terrifying, even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuklamot. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Excuse me. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beyond Zoral's and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and God knows you'd all have been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise like all my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zabliav trade with us. The contest has hardly begun. 400 to the west. Yeah, it wants me, like, somewhere all the way over there, most likely. And we got blue ticks here. I will most likely go through these blue ticks in my off time. So, because I want to have the stream be for MSQ content and some of the, like, if I'm actually able to keep up with this expansion, I might make it so that when the, like, alliance raids and the full party raids are released, I might make those part of the experience on stream as well. So far, all of my experiences in things like the raids from, like, the alliance raids, for instance, I did them for A Realm Reborn because it was a requirement. I did a little bit of Heaven's Ward before I just went off on my own, and the same thing with Stormblood. I haven't completed Shadowbringers properly, because I still got the, you know, the Nier Automata stuff. But, I am close to finished on that one. Meanwhile, I still have all of Endwalkers to go through, but, again, that Endwalker stuff might just sort of be something to do fun on the side. The mochi was a success? Excellent to hear. Glad to hear that it worked out well for you. Dun, 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 dun. Hi there, Zeus. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? How's it going? Tried to raid you earlier, but didn't work. Yeah, no, I'm close to the end of my stream, so I've engaged a thing to, like, because there's a button in the creator dashboard where you can disable people being able to raid into you for an hour. It's quite useful if you're, like, say, for example, about to end stream, or maybe you're going through, like, a major, like, sort of talking beat or something like that, and you don't want to get interrupted with what's-mahoozies. Hi there, Yun! Welcome to the stream! Look at us. The contest has barely begun, and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Oh my god. So yeah, so I am going to call it here for today. We did like a decent chunk of the Dawn Trail. So to put into context, we haven't entered into like the level 91 stuff, but we went through like the 2 branches, and now we're like, so this next one is, yeah, level 91, the success of others. So this is probably when we'll get into the actual, like, you know, the proper, like, going through Dawn Trail and what have you, no doubt. Especially since so we'll go through level 91. There will be a 91 dungeon to go through. We'll go through 2 more levels to a 93, 2 more to a 97, sorry, 95, sorry, then a 97, and then a 99 and a 100. So we'll have some pretty good stuff to go forward, but we won't go any further just yet. Where the... Oh. I am at the entirely wrong spot for, like, going into a thingamadiggy. Alright, I'll just exit right here, because this is technically, like, a sanctuary area. So, yeah. That is it for today. I'll figure out what my stream schedule is going to be like for next week, because next week I will be working in the office. It's my turn for a Saturday shift, but on Sunday morning, I am going to be part of a VTuber meet and greet for Aurora. I'm going to be on a television. So yeah, all right. So yeah, so that's going to be next Sunday. So not tomorrow, but next Sunday I'll be involved in that. Hopefully work isn't going to be like terribly busy or anything like that. So good luck with me on that one. Now, in the meantime, we are going to need to have a look at who it is that we're going to go and raid. Barcode is going to be black on black and white TV. Nah. Let's see. So they're up to level 94. They're doing Final Fantasy. They're recommending me nothing but Final Fantasy. Let me just go for followings. Let's see. How long have they been streaming? Let's see. Bears and Spice, Supernatural, Minecraft. Ooh, Pox is streaming right now. All right, we're gonna go raid into Pox. They're doing a bit of an art fight right now, so should be nice, calm stream. You get to watch someone do a little bit of art, doing their craft. Alrighty then, let's get a raid. Let's get a raid together for this one. Pox Strem. Anyway, that is going to be it for today. I will get a schedule out probably tomorrow or the Monday showing what we're going to be playing and what have you. Otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning / this afternoon stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will need to figure out when I'm going to get some boba tea. But otherwise, I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, night, evening, wherever you are, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.